All
right. All right, good morning, everybody. We're back, and we are going to invite Juvenile, Superior, and District Court up. And we're ready for fun, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
We brought Jen for moral support.
Yeah.
Good job.
Person that knows how to do the math for this process, that's what we need, come on.
All right, let me find you guys on my spreadsheet. I mean, you don't have to wait for me, but
So I think we're on for juvenile services, therapeutic courts, of course, and this Superior Court admin. So why don't we go ahead and start with juvenile? And so, obviously lots of grants tied to juvenile, kind of runs the big piece there. I just want to point out numbers. Obviously, we kind of went through this weird thing with COVID and a lot of changes in the law, and it drove numbers down for a while. But then we've had a bunch of changes come more recently, which are kind of pushing numbers back up. Not in the same places they were before necessarily. And then, of course, with Green Hill and the state's issues with JRA, it's kind of pushing back on local detention facilities to pick up some of the slack of their inability to house kids safely.
yeah.
Which is really challenging.
Are we still going back to court there? Or are we ready to go back to court if they change what they had planned?
Go back to court.
Yeah, I think WASAC is
Yeah,
going to
that's still,
watching and,
they're still paying attention, it's still
Right.
sitting there. Hopefully that we don't have to, because that's always a miserable lawsuit to
Yeah, it
engage
is.
in. But, there's been some improvements, but it's still really difficult challenge for the state. I mean, honestly, it's just, from my experience working on the state end of things, they got a mess to fix.
they do.
And they have the budget issues that everybody else has in spades probably. And it's one of those things where the policy and the politics don't always want to jive. And I know it's shocking, come on. But anyway, just to remind you folks, obviously Mike, our juvenile administrator, also functions as a prosecutor by agreement, which statutes allow. And when we're running right now through June, 32 offender cases, 26 diversion cases, compared to 50 and 33 for all of last year. So the numbers are up a little bit that way. Probably was still going to be a little bit less than 2023. So again, like I said, it's kind of this little bit of a roller coaster piece. Truancy filings are going back through the roof.
Really?
Yeah, so actually our juvenile staff is doing a really good job of working with the schools. That was one of the first things I did back in 2023 or 2003 when I started here, was try and work with the schools to get them engaged in truancy. And really, we had one that had any interest at all.
Really? One school? Or one truancy?
One school had any interest in participating in the truancy, and the others just said, no, we don't have staff, we don't care, we'll deal with it. This is an intrusion. Actually, I think all 7 major schools now are participating because our staff has been working really hard with them, but that also pushes the numbers back up. And it's interesting because of the changes in law, it's almost a toothless program. When Commissioner Adamson sat on truancy board or truancy court, and I was the truancy prosecutor, we could send kids to jail for 30 days, and the way Commissioner Adamson interpreted the law, it could be 30, 30, 30, 30. And now it's almost impossible. You can't. So, you know, even though it's a fairly toothless program, it's picking up there. The one PLR from juvenile court, just to cut to the mustard there, is a position that was funded because we have a detention staff person out on extended FMLA. Still. And this was the position that was funded to kind of fill her spot.
How did we fund it? Do you remember?
Yes, we put it in as a temporary position, or not replaced, but we, gave them a temporary, so that's their PLR
Yes,
ask.
that's why I remember part of it, that's why I was, did we utilize it, monies from any grants or anything else on that, or was it strictly out of the general fund, if you remember?
I think when we put it in, I mean, strictly as an additional cost, and whether they're
my
billing grants against that position, I'm not positive, that would be a question for it.
But when we put it in, so we must put it in, then said, bring it back to us at the end of this cycle, and.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Any idea when the person might?
all we can say legally is still. Interpret that the way you wish. Still.
Still.
I think that's the only way we can interpret.
Yes, and you know, the need is still there, because Jamie's here, and you're working the graveyard again tomorrow, or tonight? Tomorrow, you know, so our detention manager is still doing detention work and doing a lot of lay coverage. So that's why the request is there again this year. Things have not changed for the better, and we still are in the land of still.
Okay.
The one other thing,
Food.
food, is, in the sheriff's presentation, they said that the cost of meals, their cost of meals is going up, which means our cost of meals is going up because we get our meals from the jail. So we just like to work with Jen to figure out exactly what that means and get that put into maintenance, because if the cost of meals is going up, our cost of meals is going up.
Yeah, and we weren't aware of the contract renegotiation with Summit that jail was engaged in.
Until we
And although it's a different part, what I want to know at the time, what that contract is now, what it was when it started, and what we used, because we used to do it in-house. And there was some issues with that, but
Right, because we had the, yeah.
at some point it may, yeah, because I know it jumped exponentially, was it 2 years ago? And I think one began. So if you don't mind for us.
Yeah, I can get that for you. And just so you know, commissioners, I did already put the increase into the sheriff's office budget. I was told it was 5%, but I saw it was 3.9 actually, so I can reduce that a little bit. I mean, it won't make that much of a difference, but anyway, yes, I'll get you that information on
And
that.
that's in there currently under maintenance.
Yes, it's
Gotcha.
under maintenance,
Yeah.
just on the sheriff's side, not under
Yes.
juvenile side.
Thank you.
So any questions about that particular piece before we move on?
Well, I think whatever that one is gonna be maintenance, whatever we decide, but that may change if we ask the sheriff to do something different than they're already doing.
All right, so moving on into just basic Superior Court admin and therapeutic courts. Obviously, the biggest thing for us is Cheryl, our family court facilitator, who's been around forever, has told us well in advance that she plans to retire on March 31st. And we, one of our requests then is to start her replacement a couple of months early so that they can have some overlap. Obviously, Cheryl has done this for, I don't remember when she moved over from the prosecutor's office, but it was.
Long time ago.
It was when I was there, so it was sometime between 2003 and 2010. So she moved over to Superior Court as facilitator, and she's been there since. A huge loss for us, because just the knowledge base. So, you know, the potential for finding somebody with that knowledge base is honestly really small. It's not impossible, so there's gonna be some pretty good training involved. you know, the request is to have a 3-month overlap so that Cheryl can train and get that person on board.
And that's the 25/7.
Yeah.
So, trying to think of the best way to answer this question so that it's not too over the top. On hierarchy of things that are absolutely needed in that department, this position, regardless of person or whatever, how do you rate that compared with other positions? Like I said,
So I get-
that's a hard question. What I'm asking is, you know, if there were things and reductions that come up in the near future or whatever, we have to look at those, we have to look at the importance of a position.
So I guess, Randy, if I'm understanding your question, are you asking about the family law facilitator position or just this overlap piece?
Not the overlap piece, the person that they would be overlapping.
You're talking about the position.
Yes.
The full-time position.
The whole
The full-time position?
Yes.
It's vital.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
So, I mean,
Say it's one of your top positions you would have to protect and keep, because that's a question that,
Yes.
okay?
And you have that as priority one, so.
Yeah,
I'm
so, I
assuming
mean-
that
I'm supportive of that as a,
I would like to hold off on any final decisions until we have everything in front of us.
So I mean, that, you know, realistically, we have 3 judicial assistants, and then our finance person who backfills and helps out. You know, we had one of our JAs out for FMLA purposes for about 6-7 weeks. And it really, it pushed the remaining staff to the edge of sanity. I mean, I was spending more time as a counselor than as a judge. And I was really concerned about losing people. And it's just, that is not a healthy environment. So taking family law facilitator position, it functions equally as important as those other positions. Because the amount of paperwork and time and service to the public that's a real public interface piece for us. You know, she's constantly busy working with folks, getting their paperwork ready, so it's not messing up the clerk's office, it's not messing up the court system, it's not messing up people's lives any more than they're already messed up, because we don't see happy people.
well, on this, I just take your word on the idea of a vital, because not everything's vital, and if it is, then everybody's gonna have a problem. It's a heavy weight to lift. But, you know, I don't know when you're expecting this person to leave, but succession planning is.
You said March.
Well, Cheryl was told us March 31, that's her
So it could wait till the.
watch me leave the door day.
Right,
So it could wait till the end. for the
well, and that's
session.
why it's for a 2026 budget request.
Yeah, yeah, and that's, you know, it doesn't have to happen now, that's why we're looking at like, our preference would be like start January, so we could get, you know, advertise maybe the end of this year, get somebody in sometime in January, so they have a couple of months of overlap to get that training and succession plan in place. So, that is that one. Let me get my notes, so I don't get all mucked up here. We did put in a request for a protection order facilitator, which is essentially the similar thing to what Cheryl does as our family facilitator at this point. The reason we put that in there, and Randy, just to anticipate your question, is that a vital thing? No, it's not a vital thing today. It is becoming more important, and I hope you understand the distinction there. So obviously, the legislature went a couple of years ago, changed the protection order world, and they keep tinkering with it to make it better. God help us. Yeah, so in the efforts to make things simpler, it's much more complex. So we're talking 14, 15-page documents because they cover multiple types of orders. The average person that walks in the door to fill out one of these things doesn't know how. and they show up at ex parte to get their temporary order because they feel they need the protection, and we're finding, myself doing it too, more and more often we're saying, I don't have enough information, or you didn't fill out this part, you have to come back tomorrow. Go fill it out, come back tomorrow. And for somebody that's scared, that's a devastating. The facilitator, and like Thurston County has facilitators for this, help fill out the paperwork, make sure they're complete, make sure they're, everything's done. Like, I had one the other day, didn't have a confidential information for them, which is a necessity for the sheriff's office to get it properly entered into the system so that they can act on it if there's a violation. And it's, where do you get some of that information? And that's not something we can tell them, but that's something a facilitator can help them through. And come March of next year as well, there's a requirement in the statute that temporary orders and final orders are typewritten. Which means judges are going to be spending time typing out final orders because there is nobody else to do them.
Are there any programs that can just fill in the blanks?
There are. We explored one in particular that's used by about half a dozen other counties called Legal Adams a couple years ago. It had a lot of promise. The clerk's office was not particularly interested in it at that time because there's an electronic filing piece which they were real concerned about.
Because they don't do that now, right?
No.
That's my understanding, is they're not accepting any
Correct.
electronic files.
Right.
And then they have to be scanned in by staff.
Yes. So, we can certainly look at that. I do about $20,000 a year for that program.
20,000 unlimited use?
Yeah, and people can go online. It's like doing TurboTax for protection orders. Just
Right.
Answer the questions, fill the stuff. It's good in the sense that you can maybe generate the paperwork, and it will walk people through it. So hopefully they'll be a little more complete. You take out some of that human element of being able to talk with somebody, and find out what's really important, what's not. Protection orders, a lot of times we will see things where they're going back 15, 20 years, talking about stuff that really doesn't matter for immediate order, something that's a danger now. It may be very important to the people, but it's not important now. So there is that piece out there too. We recognize that's a big ask, but we wanted to at least get it in front of you to start thinking about it. Because at some point, it is gonna become a vital thing. Today, it's not, I'll be honest with you. But the other, software programs may be a good intermediate step.
What'd you
And
say that program was?
it's called Legal Adams, ATOMS, like
Oh, like an atom,
an atom,
not an
Not-
atom, an atom.
atom.
It's a Seattle-based company, so they're local, which is good.
And
Well, that's not
do
good.
they, do they do other types of orders
My
as
last one
well?
got sold to Dude Solutions.
Or is it just the,
I believe they do, but their niche is protection
Protection
orders,
orders,
just
yeah.
because it's so complicated.
So, and can you forward the
Yeah,
that'd be
information?
cool.
Lewis County uses it, Okanagan
Okay.
County uses it, and again, it really is sort of TurboTax for protection orders. You go through an interview process, and it directs you to do what you need to do.
Yeah, and we have at least broached the conversation again with clerk, and reception was, let's look at it. So some change in staff kind of took away the no, hell no piece. That happens. So, it's out there and it's a piece, but do we want to at least get the facilitator conversation on the table, recognizing it's a big ask? That's a, new position, big ask. Guardian ad litem fees right now, just moving on, unless there's questions about that, I'm sorry. Guardian ad litem fees are asking to go from, up to, 75 or 85 an hour to match our neighboring counties. We're at 50. And it's getting harder and harder to find guardian ad litems to do the work, protect these kids.
We're asking for 75, so Grace Harbor and Kitsap pay 75, Thurston pays 85. People don't want to work here because they can make a lot more money next door.
Right, and so that's an increase of 8.
About $8,000. So before on our list, we would like to get into a pattern of replacing our computer equipment in our courtrooms. We use JAVS, Judicial Audio Visual Services. They are not cheap. Main courtroom is running about 10, 11 years old at this point. We are having more and more service issues and service requirements because it's just not functional. And we are, the jail has a piece in their video booth, which I believe they paid for originally. And we're starting to really deteriorate the ability to hear what's going on back and forth. And
To speak loud.
no, it's static and
Feedback,
and
static,
feedback,
and-
and
Sorry,
that's not,
that's smart ass.
and that's not just the attorneys.
Is there any possibility that a REIT or something could be used? I know software's a hard.
Upgrade.
I don't think we could use REIT for that because it's not like attached to the building.
It's too bad we didn't fund it with part of
Can,
this.
can you look at that one?
I'll look at
especially-
that, yeah.
Kelly could put a big bolt through the back of the unit. It'll be attached to the
Yeah, we
wall.
could figure out a way to do that.
You know, I don't know how we get that out of the general fund, but if you look at that, please.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
Yeah, and we would just like to get on a cycle, like, rather than have it die on us completely, get into a cycle like we do with all the other IT stuff in the county of just a planned replacement, so
Can
it
you-
it can stay functional.
Can you bring that to the IT committee? IT steering
We did.
committee?
It has.
You did,
Then approved, yes, so,
and they approved like a regular maintenance, reoccurring.
yeah, I mean, like laptop replacement, and we will have 5 courtrooms and just do one a year. It would be our plan in perpetuity.
But the
Because
75,000 would be to bring it,
would be,
It's one courtroom.
yeah.
God, you guys are expensive. You're almost
It-
as expensive
this
as the
is-
sheriff's office.
Hey,
Those are fighting words.
tell me the rough part.
There are two companies in this space, and it's a duopoly, and they know it. And they don't really compete on price because there are 2 companies, and so it's stupid expensive.
Yeah. How did we, for building 10, because was that
used-
ARPA?
I think maybe a little bit of ARPA, but we used also Fund 135, the trial court improvement. And so that fund's been depleted quite a bit because of that, so there isn't.
Because you're
Yeah,
saying
why
the
did that
district
put that
court's
one on
kind of
your-
expensive too.
And that fund doesn't bring in a ton of money, it's less than 23,000 a year.
Yeah. You know, and Patty and I were at a conference couple months ago, and I think we both independently of each other made the rounds of all the folks that do this kind of work, just to see what options we have, and, you know, it's tough to pull the plug on something that's that big and that expensive, but we also need to make sure it works.
Right.
You know, I was in the modular doing a trial about a month ago and had to move because it quit.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it was
Which one would you do first?
The main
the main courtroom.
That's the oldest components in there.
So this would be a reoccurring cost for the next 20
Forever.
years
Yeah,
until it goes out?
Mhm.
Okay.
And it's essentially the same system, give or take, in each of the courtrooms, so the expense is probably gonna be pretty comparable one year to the next.
Okay.
And the main software in the main courtroom is a generation old because the equipment is so old, it can't be updated to the current suite of software.
We're in Windows 5,
So,
functional equipment all.
I am really trying to keep my mouth.
Oh, it's excellent. It's pro.
You know, I keep thinking about a conversation I had with the administrator, you know, about revenues and stuff like that. Can we look at some of the different options for the long term of certain additions? You may not like what I'm about to say, but that's the way it works. Maybe an additional $2 onto recording or some other mechanism like that that can go into this fund that could be using things for the long term. I'm not asking you to do it, I just, can you look and see what those look like for options?
Yeah, yeah, I can look at that and see if it's allowed, you mean, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to think, we're sitting here talking about this and kind of eye-watering prices, and it was exactly why Judge Sawyer went to the electronics, is because having people do the transcript, you know, the in-court transcript was eye-watering expensive, and you couldn't find people. And we couldn't afford to pull people out of Thurston County, and, you know, and it's like, you get the same song coming back, it's like, wow, that's expensive. Then you look at how we got here, you think, okay, we have saved a lot of money over the years, but it's,
I bet you in the next few years, that's all gonna change anyway, so whatever we're doing will probably only be for a few years, cause,
yeah, probably.
you know, you use one of those tools all the time, it's changing fast.
It is.
I don't wanna, I'm taking way too much of your time, but, going on number 5 on our list, just some basic across-the-board increases on services and supplies, and this also applies to therapeutic courts, just obviously the cost of paper's going up, just basic things, you know, the case management systems, to keep those up and running, particularly for therapeutic courts. So there's a fairly small request in there, but it's just keeping pace with cost of doing business,
Right.
you know. Paper's not cheap.
On that, Jen, I'm sure you've done the work on that, what did you find?
So on paper, I think typically I look at like what they've spent in the previous year, so I can go back a little bit and see, you know.
Would do, see if you can recommend how much of it, if any of it, should go into maintenance.
Okay.
Because usually she would have already looked at that before it got here, that's why, you know, that's why it's where it's at. But if she's looking more, she'll look over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
They come back with different recommendation.
And in that, though, there's two bigger pieces. So obviously, you know, the paper products and pens and all that stuff, those are kind of small numbers in the bigger scheme of things. And budget, not to use that phrase, which I've never liked, but it's true. Interpreters and are becoming a bigger and bigger and bigger expense. I just finished a trial, 3-day trial with, because it was trial, we had 2 Samoan interpreters. They had a couple cases. We are almost at $20,000 in just for that family. I just finished a 2-day family law trial with 2 Thai interpreters. So it's probably gonna be in the range of $6,000 to $8,000.
How many different interpreters do you have? How many different languages?
However many we need. So, obviously, we generally have
I'm just not curious.
3, 4, 5, I'm trying to think. I can think of at least 10 off the top of my head, 10 different languages. Spanish, Congo, Mum. We've had Thai, Samoan, Punjab. There's another one I'm forgetting. We've had Mandarin.
And
Korean,
I know
I
you're
think.
probably really limited on what you can do, because you probably have to have a live person of some sorts or whatever.
Yes.
But there's gotta be something coming in the near future where the mobile unit that has a live person.
So we have utilized interpreters through Zoom. For trials, you almost have to have them in person, just for the ability to talk and explain things in real time. But I know I did a trial a year or two ago. It's a two-village dialect. And one of the two interpreters we could find was a professor based out of California who had lived in one of those two villages. He would only do it by Zoom. He did it by Zoom. He still charged us $800 an hour. So
Supply and demand. Here's the
yeah,
one.
yeah,
And you know it.
and I know as we were leaving, Carolyn, who handles our criminal J work, let us know that we're anticipating a multiple day criminal trial, which will mean flying a Congo ball interpreter up from Arizona. And I think he's running about $800 a day plus room, board, transportation. Yeah, and again, the problem there is the guy that's closer doesn't speak that particular dialect.
I get it. I
Yeah.
know with
Yeah, yeah.
and there's
So
some
it's-
with no written at all. So,
So that's why there's a pretty significant request for interpreter increases. And then obviously, since our good friends in district court have turned over their downstairs space for us, we're still tweaking on that. So some additional money to help finish those spaces so they are functional and useful. Kelly and his guys did a great job, getting pieces put together, new bench in what used to be the old evidence squad room, so it's a little more functional. Built some chambers for us down there. It's just finishing up the last little bits. I think one of the chambers still has a folding chair and a coffee table. So it's just finishing up some of those build-out expenses.
So on the interpreter, you have the past couple of years?
Yes. I also just looked at the office supplies, and the office supplies, they are really lean in their budget. I mean, last year they spent over 15,000, and this year they have 12,075 for their budget. They're asking for 15,000.
And looks
I
like they
think
may
that-
have had 85 in there before, is that right? Oh wait, that's just therapeutic, never mind.
This is, Superior Court, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
So your recommendation is that it could be justified as a maintenance?
I mean, it could be, it's up to you. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to cut down on the office supplies.
Right. Well, they can always come back also, so. For me, I'd like to hold off on doing any of this. I know before we'd often say, yeah, that's maintenance, that means, or whatever, and then we'd go ahead and pass it through, but because we're gonna be so lean this year, I would like to hold off on approving anything until the final.
The only problem, and I appreciate it, but the only problem with that was some of these, at the end, we won't remember what they are, or what they
No.
do, and that's why doing the.
That's why we have
in the
notes.
past- But that's why in the past we've done some of those, and we figure, then we work out the other ones, just
I
my
get
2
it,
cents.
but
Figuring, for me, it's figuring out what's priorities, and maintenance is priority to me. If we can justify it, the rest of it, we have to figure out later on what is required, what's necessary, and what is not.
Yeah, and really, I think, in giving that as much respect we can, the protection order facilitator, that's a conversation piece. It is not vital. There's no doubt about that. Family law facilitator piece, much more so. The other requests for supplies and kind of getting those things up, and the position in juvie, those are much more vital. And I think they really are maintenance, because they are costs that we have so little control over. Same thing with the interpreters, and the guardian ad litems. If we don't, we'll be back, hat in hand, and we'd rather have those things on the table now, so it's not, a June, how do we find this money?
So Jennifer, what did you find on the interpreter?
On the interpreter, they have 60,000 budgeted, and they have spent in 2024, $59,028. In 2025 through June, they have spent 21,665, and they're asking for 70,000, so an increase of 10 for their budget.
And that
And that,
doesn't include the 20,000 we just spent on the Samoan interpreters and whatever my Thai trial's gonna be and whatever this Conqueball
right,
criminal trial's gonna be, which is probably gonna be another 8 to 10.
So again, I'm just one person, but from my opinion on it, I can see how some of that at least would be easily considered in maintenance, because it is going up. It has to go up each year on those. Maybe not the 10 if we wanted to be conservative and go with the 5, but I could even justify the 10, but I also think that we should increase the other, the paper by a few thousand, because it sounds to me like you can justify some of that as well.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't approve it, I would just like to see how much we're increasing as well.
Yeah. The one thing is, there's very little to work with on maintenance, or on anything that's not wages, which is.
Which is why you're on that side of the table, making those decisions, God help you. So that's really the end of what we have, unless Patty, I think, did I miss anything?
The only thing I would add is on the jabs replacement, if it stops working tomorrow, we're gonna be in a world of hurt. And so, doing.
And I think Jen's gonna look at some of the options and bring it back to us if it's there. As the commissioner said, I also am not willing to just throw a big chunk like that out in the middle of the year. That, it's one thing for paper, it's one thing for, saying this for the next year, but that's a huge one. If there's other options, I need to see what those are first before I even consider that. But that's, again, that's just my opinion.
So any other questions before we get out of your way?
So are you guys looking for the interpreters at AI interpreters? Testing those ones?
Right now, we can't. So interpreters are a bit of a unicorn in that there are a lot of requirements about training and, making sure that what they do is language accurate. And, when we get somebody that's not state certified, there's a whole process we have to go through to verify that it is a valid interpretation. So that's, I know at the state level, there's some interest in that yet, but it is not sufficiently accurate yet.
I was gonna say, with everything I see on the chat and everything else and the mistakes, that's an appeal waiting to happen.
Oh, yeah.
One
You know,
word.
and because the interpreter's words are the record. So if they interpret something incorrectly, it's not what the person said, it's what the interpreter said, that is the record. So you have to be really careful about making sure that it's accurate. I've seen some briefing, chat GPT, AI generated briefing, and you can see it immediately. It's remarkably good, but it's also ain't there yet.
I just keep seeing the vision in my head of the doctors that they do now on the little rolling thing. They have the same rolling thing, by the way, at the sushi restaurants. It's all with a little robot, but it's got a screen on it, and it's a person on the other end. That makes things easier. I just don't know if we're there for that yet.
That's what they're gonna replace me with.
Yeah.
So that'll be fine. We'll just tailor the robe down to fit.
Thank
It'll
you,
look,
guys.
it'll look like one of those conference table skirts. It'll be fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
All right.
luck. Have a
Thank you,
wonderful
guys.
day.
And I know we've got you guys we've got an interview at 10:15 for a Board of Board of Health person? Do you guys have time to just,
She's kind of under a big time crunch, so you're just gonna be stuck with me first one.
oh dear. Oh dear. How long will it take?
I can be pretty brief.
Okay.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I gotta stay for that.
I know,
If we can keep it brief.
yeah. She's being quiet.
Because I do know that courts have a different priority as well.
I'll try not to tell any stories.
Okay, you can
I
save them
inflict
for
on
later.
people in my court.
Yeah, save them for later,
I will do that.
because they are interesting.
Right.
I've heard people say that.
If my wife was here, she'd call you a liar.
She'll call me later.
So anyway, we're ready to get started.
Yep, go.
I'm mainly here just to talk about the areas of change. Everything else, there's 3 areas that we want to talk in particular. Everything else is just continuing on what we're doing. We have basically, the big changes and all that, obviously, to show that I have a keen grasp of the obvious, we took care of last year, moving into building. All the stuff leading into moving building 10, and that's pretty well done. The last thing we did out of this year's budget is we swapped out the TV screens with 98-inch TV screens, and the reason for that is because their purpose is primarily to allow parties during trials to display exhibits like photographs, documents, and the 65-inch was just simply too small. So the 3 areas we're going to be talking about, I'm prepared to answer questions, at least I hope I am, about the areas I'm not going to spend too much time on because we're just continuing what we have, is what we're asking for. Is the first one, and it's a big one, is interpreter service fees.
Feels like that cost is going up all over the place.
Jen, can you, if you don't want to interrupt, can you tell me what they were
Yeah,
and what they're looking like?
sure.
I think it was, oh, what were you asking me?
Yeah.
Want me to quit talking while she waits?
Go ahead, I just need to.
All right, so we were budgeted, I believe, for 2025, 47,000. We were at 45,797.07, and that is an expense we really don't have control over. The fact of the matter is, it really matters how many cases involving interpreters go to trial. Had some this year, I believe. The different types of languages. You have some like Spanish. There are quite a few of those available. Indigenous languages, which we get a lot of. There's some like Nahua, which is what the Aztecs spoke before Mr. Cortez came and did what he did. Or like there might be 1 or 2 in the country we've been able to find. So we're on track to overspend that budget this year. So we're asking for an $18,000 increase, going on the idea that would should be enough to get us through 2026, assuming trends stay what they are today.
Your Honor, are you needing them, like the Superior Court said, for trials? Or are you also doing a lot more of it in the regular day-to-day?
Everything. What it really comes down to is what cases wind up going to trial. If we have a case go to trial, then we are supposed to, we're not always able to do it, have 2 interpreters so they can tag team. And if we don't have 2 interpreters, then we have to basically go 20 minutes, 20-minute break, 20 minutes, 20-minute break. It's a very taxing thing. I mean, there was I said I wouldn't tell any stories, I'll tell this one. There was when I went to judicial college back in 2010, we were all turned into interpreters. We were supposed to translate what was being said in English into English. And all of us, it fell apart in about a minute. It's a very difficult task to be doing, and that's just what we were doing. So this is something we don't have any control over. It really comes down to if we don't have the resource to do it, then if we can't provide an interpreter for somebody, that case is not going to go forward. And that's really what it all comes down to. So this year, I think we're on track, and unless everybody miraculously learns English very quickly, that we're going to be exceeding the budget we already had, so we're trying to get out a little bit ahead of it.
So last year you had we budgeted 47,000, so you're asking for an additional 18.
on top of that.
Because we've already, from all the bills I've already paid, we've already spent $45,797 through the end of September. And we still have 3 months to go.
Is there a way to cut that back? That's one of the questions why I was asking about how we're using. Where Superior Court is trying to use other things for, that are not in the court case, not in the courtroom.
Well, a lot of, I'm sorry I interrupted you, Cal.
No, that's
Commissioner.
all right.
A lot of times, they are appearing by Zoom. For calendars, for example, our regular common ball interpreter is in Portland and he appears by Zoom. If we have a situation where the attorneys need to speak, then the attorney will get onto Zoom also. We'll send them out to those attorney-client conference rooms that some people thought we'd never be using, but we are.
Oh, we knew we were gonna use it. I was.
I know, that's a little joke. But the point is, and they can do a breakout room with the interpreter and have the conversation. Still not ideal, because the law requires contemporaneous confidential communication, but that's the closest we're gonna be able to come to it if we can't get an interpreter here, and we're not gonna be able to get interpreters here. If it comes to one of the more outlying languages like Nahuatl or Quiche or whatever, as soon as I figure out how to do that, I'm more than happy to let you know, as far as we have to go to trial. Fortunately, we haven't had to deal with that yet, but it's gonna happen. So that's a big thing for us right now, because the alternative is cases aren't gonna go forward. We also have a request for overtime, and this is what's going on with the overtime. We do use very little overtime as things stand right now, and I don't intend to change that. However, after several decades, I think I was a young but bald deputy prosecuting attorney when the current court operating system went in JIS. They're finally replacing it. It got delayed because of an attack on the system at AOC. And the plan is they're gonna be essentially ramrodding this in, everybody, from now until, I believe, the end of June.
2027, every single court, municipals and district courts in the state will have to be on the new system.
So-
And we're slated for 2026. We were slated for 2025, but because of the issue they had.
So what's going on is the staff are gonna have to learn. It's gonna be a very radical change. They also have to keep things going in the meantime. So the purpose of this is for them to come like one or 2 weekends.
They suggest 2 weekends. There is 1 weekend. It is mandatory for us to be there to work. Once the system switches over, we have to be there for every staff member to put all of our, what cases that are gonna be on for the next week into the system and get it so it's running for the next week. It's going to take a lot of time. More courts, the courts that have been on it right now, the time that it is in the system takes longer than what we do right now, because it's just some docket entries and stuff. But the new system will take more time for each clerk to do. But once we get into it, things are gonna be more, they'll be better fast track, better for everything. We're gonna cut down on, we will be going paperless throughout that term. Will be, all of our case files will be in the system as paperless, and we will be doing electronic filings so that attorneys, all prosecutors will be filing electronically through the court, so we won't be taking much files at the counter and stuff. But they said it will take at least 1 full weekend at the minimum required for them to put the system in, and that we have to be there for that. As the judge said, we do not use, if you look at our budget, we had 10,000 slated for this year, but that's because we thought we were gonna go on the new system and it didn't happen. We do not use a lot of overtime. The judge is very good about trying to get court done by 4:30, 5 o'clock, so we do not have clerks staying late, and we don't come in on the weekends unless necessary, but we try really hard not to do overtime. We do some comp time, but in the last year, I don't think I've had 40 hours of comp time between all of my employees. So we really try hard not to do any comp time even, or even overtime.
So we're asking for that because, again, the training has to happen. So it's not something where, year on, year out, we're gonna be asking for a bunch of overtime because frankly, we had it available. I don't want my staff rioting, so, and we wanna get our work done within the regular time that's being paid for. Then finally, the pro tem, budget, and this could be treated as just giving you a heads up. As far as the increase, we're asking for 15,000, and it really comes down to how much need do we have of pro tem judges? Again, a lot of stuff's beyond my control. That comes up from cases where there's conflicts of interest, and I am pretty proactive if there's any question about whether I should be involved with a case, even if the law says I don't really have to recuse, I'm gonna recuse. Because I don't want there to be any question, I don't want any litigant to have any question that whatever's happening is anything other than what is fair and what the law requires. At the same time, I don't want to be subject to those types of accusations. So even though surprisingly, if it's somebody I used to represent many years ago and I don't have any memory of them anymore, if I find out I represented them, I'm going to recuse. Even though legally, I'm surprised when I found that out many years ago, I don't necessarily have to. But there's also the affidavits of prejudice. As things stand right now, it seems like they start coming in swarms and they taper off. Might be me griping, but it seems like all I need to do is make a ruling somebody doesn't like and they start coming again. Currently, I think the state will be filing affidavits in driver licensing cases. There's been a few because I made a ruling which, if it were to be upheld, would pretty much either say we're not going to be able to enforce licensing cases, or Department of Licensing is going to have to fix their what I perceive to be their problem, one of the two. So I can't, again, it's nothing I have any control over. I'm not about to start changing rulings and all that to try to convince people not to file affidavits of prejudice. That would be very unethical for me to do. But we're hoping that 15,000 would keep us out. This year, we'll still have some of the budget left, but the way we're averaging, we may very well go a little bit beyond the 80,000 we currently have this year. There's no way to tell. So those are the three main areas. Everything else is we're just wanting to keep going what we have going, taking into consideration, the wage increases, although this year, because of the staff change we've had, everybody's gonna be more at the lower end of the scale than at the higher end. So that should be a lot more manageable. So that's kind of where we are, and that's pretty much what I do on brevity.
Not bad.
Jen, usually kind of keep track of what we think, so like just so you know, for me, I could see a justification for up to 9,500 in the beginning, interpreter. I see the other two as mid-year discussions supplemental. Stay within the means first, and if it does have to happen, like the judge pro tem, then we have to have those discussions, but in the meantime, they'd have it within their budget to handle it until it became an issue to have a discussion later.
And I'm sorry, what'd you say on the overtime? Same, just,
Stay within the parameters, but if it does become a necessity, because sometimes it is, because we don't have that line, that might have to be a discussion, but it would be able to be absorbed in the year. Halfway through the year, we'd have the discussion of what to do.
okay, and right now, their overtime is at 0?
Yeah, that's why
Okay, so just wanted to clarify that.
I can,
We had 10 in there last year.
I can see some justification for it. I'm just saying, if you keep track of it, that's where I am right now. If somebody wanted to do it, I would definitely support a partial on that.
Doesn't sound like you have a lot of choice on this.
We do not on the overtime. We have to work. The AOC, we will have to come in, and it's double time because it's Saturday and Sunday. And I'll tell you what, my clerks don't want to, but they have to. And it's not just the district court, it's also the probation going on both departments. So I don't think, did I give you think
Yeah,
I
on the
gave
back, I
you,
think one of these you gave us a break.
and it has, and probation won't be as bad because they're on the new system, so. But I got what the wages would be for every staff member that we have right now.
One slight change because Camille flew the coop.
Yeah, so that wage would be a little lower, but
What are they on par for, just with a guess, for unexpended budget authority and wages this year? With new employees that are,
I didn't run just wages, but I ran overall, I mean, right now, through September, they're at 70.4% of their total budget. Benchmark would be 75.
Yeah.
So they do have just a little bit of wiggle room, but not a whole lot
and that's why I
overall.
was saying what I was saying. Not that you shouldn't have it, it's just that as we're going through the budget, if, we know that it's within the budget for now, and if
Yeah.
you had to and you're expending more, then we'd have to look at it. But I think you would have it within your budget.
and I think part of this year too is that we had overlays for like when I was working with Patsy before she retired and the clerk under me working.
Right.
So those wages will be a little bit less, but I don't think,
But you've done awesome.
oh,
We
thanks.
appreciate we appreciate you.
I will make one gratuitous comment listening to Judge Cobb. The recordings and video system in the jail, it's almost at times getting to be unusable, and there's been a few times I've already had to tell the jail, just bring the people over. It's not so much amplifying or whatever, but it's kind of like if R2-D2 had a head cold and was drunk, is the way it sounds
Yeah.
on some of those recordings.
It's pretty bad.
On that sick note, unless you have further questions, I'll take a hike.
Yep, I heard that voice in my head, so thanks for bringing that one.
I'll try to help.
Anything you can hear, right?
You guys had a great day.
Thanks, you too. All right. So we do have a Board of Health interview. Do we have anything for that?
Yeah, so give us a.
Is it on my desk?
I have them, I'm looking for what it is.
Here you go. All right, Jody? Jody?
Oh, yes,
Hi.
ma'am.
Come on up.
Take a seat or stand or?
Come on up. How are you?
I'm very well, how are you?
I'm good.
My apologies first for not being able to make it last week. I had my own personal medical emergency.
Oh, I'm so
Wasn't able to
sorry.
make it.
We got half, Mike, it's gotta be the same for everybody. Do you have a bunch of?
You don't have any questions, do you?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was asking Dave if we had questions.
Oh, okay.
Typically, we'll have some questions that
Okay.
we just run through them and ask you, and let me see if I
Ask
can
away, I'm an
find
open
them
book.
right quick. You'll just answer.
Sometimes to my own detriment.
That works. Let me see if we've got. Well, in the meantime, tell us a little bit about yourself.
The Reader's Digest version, I guess.
Yeah.
I was born and raised in South Florida. I graduated high school just before my 15th birthday. Did what everybody in South Florida does, surf, fish, worked a couple jobs. I joined the Army at the age of 17. I turned down a scholarship to play baseball. I turned it down and thought that I was best pointed somewhere else. I joined the 3rd Battalion of the 7th Special Forces Group in Central America. And spent my 6 years dodging about the world from jungle to jungle. I had been on every continent save Antarctica, but I had an opportunity to do that recently, so I walked upon all 7 of the various continents, excuse me. I met my wife here. We both worked at the Bar Marché in Tacoma. We met up and I wouldn't say it was instant love, but it's lasted for 40 years now. We've been together since. We've raised 3 sons, all college educated, all doing very well on their own. I'm very proud of my sons. They're just wonderful people. And I credit my wife with most of that. I went back to school and trained to be a licensed practical nurse. I did that job for 2 years while I was working on my registered nursing licensure. I became a registered nurse and was immediately hired in the operating room at St. Joseph Hospital in Tacoma. I was trained to circulate every type of surgery, from plastics to general surgery to orthopedics and such, but they needed somebody in open heart, so I was assigned primarily to open heart surgery and everything involved with that. Unfortunately, I had an accident at work and could no longer work. The state has granted me since 1997. I've been 100% disabled by the state. And anybody that says that labor and industries is a good way to earn a living, just get her to work, oh, you are so stupid.
Don't believe them, right?
Oh, the first thing they do is cut 60% off your salary. It's no fun. But my wife and I struggled through it. We got, like I said, we got our children through college, and they did have a choice as far as college was concerned. They chose which one they were going to, but they were definitely going. Since I was injured, I kind of self-educated my own. I am a voracious reader. I read everything I can get my hands on. I just did a small, 5 years study on a certain poem by John Donne, arguing whether or not he had written the very first anything concerning lesbian love. And I said, well, there's no way. John Donne was a Anglican bishop. What would he know about it? So I spent 5 years researching that, and then I was granted an honorarium through the University of Melbourne, Australia. That's when I had my opportunity to go to Antarctica. When I was down there, I ran into a pilot, and he said, sure, come aboard. So that's basically it. I continue to educate myself. I'm currently working towards a master's degree in chemistry. I like the subject. So, and that's me.
All right. Well, thank you for that. We are going to ask you a few questions.
Certainly.
We're going to take turns asking questions. I'm going to ask Commissioner Tarswell to go first, then Commissioner Netherland, and then I'll follow, and then we'll just repeat in that order.
Okay,
And there's no right or wrong answer.
good.
Yeah?
Yeah, so our first question, what do you see as the function, what do you see is the function of the Board of Health?
There are several, actually. One primary is to assess and look into any possible disease outbreaks, such as contaminated food or something, and making sure that's taken care of. Also, any possibilities as far as terrorist activities, chemical, biological, or radiological. I was trained in those lines when I was in the Army, and in fact, I was the what they call the CBR NCOIC. So I'm pretty well versed in that. I think maintaining the public's health goes beyond just physical health. It goes toward mental health and care for one's psyche and one's being there. We have a homeless problem, and a great number of our homeless people have mental health issues. I see a way to address that, but it's rather lengthy, and I don't think I could get into it now.
And why do you want to sit on the Board of Health?
Public health has always been something I've been interested in. Again, I'm a staunch advocate of taking care of problems before problems exist. I don't know how many health and safety inspectors the county has on board. I would like to meet with them as well, and find out where they're coming from and what their duties are. I would want to be very proactive within the department and make sure that things are running not only towards state code, but the county's laws as well, and towards practical scientific evidence.
All right, you kind of already answered this one. What is your experience in public health or as a consumer of public health?
Again, public health, I did volunteer for one winter in Tacoma. There were a group of people that collected dry socks for homeless people. And I'm very in tune to diabetic neuropathy. My wife has got diabetic neuropathy. The feet are a very tenuous thing. We walk in them all the time, and especially in our northwest winter and fall climate. Feet tend to break down. I would like to see not only those socks achieved, but if we go to a shelter, have a look at everybody's feet and see who we can refer to a podiatrist or a volunteer surgeon or physician that can tend to people's feet. That can lead up to terrible ulcers, and even I've seen one death from gangrene for someone that could not care for their feet. So,
All right, thank you.
So what do you feel are the most important issues for public health? What's the priority now and over the next 3 years?
Assessing, again, for problems that could occur, being very aware of national and state things that are going on there as far as food contamination, as far as disease spreading. I'm a big fan and proponent of inoculations against disease. There are measles breakouts in Texas, and in my book, there's no cause, there's no reason for that. To me, that's just foolishness. We have medications and drugs that can inoculate people. And then inoculations, but George Washington was losing well over 60% of the Continental Army, not to battles and war, but to smallpox. So he got with a physician, his own physician, and began inoculating every Continental soldier. And they made it through the war, probably because of that. So I'm a big fan of inoculations.
So, the Board of Health typically meets every other month on the fourth Tuesday at 11 a.m. Will this be an issue for you?
Not at all. Like I said, I'm retired, my time is my own. And I'm very careful. I'm an old-fashioned person too. I have a regular desk blotter calendar I have up on the wall, right where I know where it is, and I don't make appointments or anything until I've checked my own calendar and I know it's on there. My wife's appointments as well, so we make sure we don't tangle up.
All right, do you have any conflicts of interest with the mission of the Board of Health?
None whatsoever. As I said, I want to be proactive. I don't want just, I'm not a title person. I've got so many initials behind my name. I have more initials than I have in my name. So I want to be proactive. I want to do the job as the job dictates and as the law dictates. I should let the board know as well. I am listed by my name, Joseph Alain Cote, and that will be changed this coming Friday at District Court. My name will officially and legally be Jody Ann Cote.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for us?
Well, like I said, I'd like to see the way things are being done. I'm very proactive. I want to meet the inspectors that take care of inspecting our food. I want to see what their job entails. And one thing I learned in the Army is you always learn not only your job, but the job of the person under you and dealt with the person above you. And I'm very pro-education in that way.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of all your questions.
Okay,
Your interrogation is done.
okay. Didn't hurt a bit.
No, good. Good. So at the end of our meeting, we will discuss your application, and then staff will be reaching out to you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And thank you very much
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much.
All right, thank you. And that brings us to Dave.
Hi. Okay. Okay, you've got me and Ian.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought it in.
Yep. So not a lot to go over. We'll get started with Ian. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This is an easy one. This is an existing contract that we have with the Mason Conservation District. And what we use this money for is to do some public education outreach for water quality related topics, mostly in the Southtown area. We had some staff turnover issues that caused a delay in our use of the funds, so we weren't able to spend it up. We have already reached all of our deliverables for the contract, which is nice. But this will allow us to do additional outreach beyond what was in the scope of the contract to spend up the rest of those funds, and gives us till 2027 to do that.
Well, I think it's a great idea. Commissioners?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so this will go on next week's agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
It was a tough one for you.
Okay, so this is just
I knew.
FYI, you know.
I knew there had to be more.
There's always more. This is just FYI stuff here. And you don't need that. So that's just your roll-up on our quarterly financials. So no huge surprises there. One of the things to keep in mind is you're looking at cash, not accrual. So there are expenses hanging out there, so.
So when you're saying cash flow, just to I just want to double check that this is your expenditures of cash, or this is your ending fund balance of cash at the moment?
You got both in there, so ending fund balance is not, I broke it out a couple ways. One with the, for example, opioid settlement fund is in our budget. But that's not money we can touch for our budget. It just runs through the budget. So I broke that out separately, so you'll see that in there.
Now, the FHS funds, they run on a different calendar year than we do.
Right, so they run, yeah, July 1st to June 30. Now, we just got them in September 19th, so they were substantially behind in getting those funds to us. So those will show up as in the fund balance, but they're already broken out according to our FTEs for the coming year. So what it does is it impacts our cash flow for July, August, September, by them being labeled like that.
Can you make sure that that's added to our delegation meeting, letting them know the late payments for the state?
Yeah, so I asked the state this last weekend. I have a mandatory meeting with Health State Secretary of Health Desk Worship tomorrow in Yakima. So heading over to Yakima tonight. So we've got a conference there this week. Yeah, I guess Dan. And that's one of the things we'll be talking about. We really need a 13 or 14-month contract. And they can't keep telling me, no, we can't do that, because we do contracts all the time that are more than 1 year. So we need to fix this. And if we had a 13 or 14-month contract, we'd be able to roll through without having to jump through a bunch of hoops afterwards.
Maybe they would just adjust to their timeline.
Right, so Roy, and they're kind of in a tight spot because sometimes they don't have anything from the legislature until the end of May on what the allocations are going to be. And so that 1 month is a very short time span to get the contracts out. I think it could be done.
It can be done.
You know,
There you know pretty much what they're gonna
right, so I mean, you could set the contract up and have that number blank, just have everything ready to go, drop the numbers in, psh, out it goes. So I think the 35th could help us talk to DOH and say, you know, we need to really solve this problem. Because it's not just Mason County, it's all the small health jurisdictions that don't have large bank accounts are really scrambling when this kind of thing happens.
Right, and I think there's more support on both sides of the aisle now that they really see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've got one that's very supportive, so.
Right, so it's gonna be an interesting spring. I think I mentioned last week about the 2 funding cuts, so I'll keep you informed on that. Maybe I'll know more by the end of the week.
Cool. Okay,
We're gonna, I need to talk to you about something came up at, in the audit committee, some ways to try and help, with, grant management, stuff like that, that help. And we need to talk about some of the ways that maybe we can spread out some services and maybe consider other avenues to bring more on. More people, the sharing of jobs and the idea of the ability to replace people as they go through and succession planning and stuff like
Okay,
that.
all right.
Because yours is literally one of the biggest for monies that have to be monitored like that and stuff, so we might wanna talk to commissions and stuff like that about how to help you with that.
Okay,
Or find monies within, we'll talk about it more if you don't mind, make some extra time, we'll get together. and
okay, yeah,
I'll share
yeah,
the things that came up on that.
okay.
Not a bad thing, just, you know.
Hmm?
anything?
Okay.
Yep, Skippy.
Be, oh, we can do that.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
not mine.
We need more people. All right,
Chief?
Chief and Chiefette.
That's an interesting one.
Did you see his office?
Right.
So we recently received the food service amendment, which our contract currently renews automatically in February. But the company is going through some management turnover, so it got overlooked, and that's why it's so late. They're asking for a 3.9 CPI for food services per meal, and looking at the numbers, that's roughly 12 to 15,000 for 2025, which
What are we looking at for your total number?
total, our budget is 308. I'm not sure exactly where we're at.
That's,
Yeah.
I just needed blocks like that.
Yeah, and then they're gonna get us one for 2026 as well, and I've been talking with Michelle, and I believe she's working with Jen to get money in our budget for next year for that increase as well.
Because Jen, isn't that the one that we were at 5%?
Yeah, I put in 5% into the maintenance budget, and it was roughly like 13,000 something, 13,500, I believe.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's only gonna be 3.9 for 26 as well. So they thought it had an automatic 5% increase, but our contract doesn't have that language, so it's based on the CPI.
Okay. Commissioners?
Just if you don't mind, since you're gonna be the charge of all this here, put it on you. Look back and see what it looked like before we were doing the food service, and we were doing internal, and see what the costs were,
Okay.
please.
Yep. Can do that.
Okay, any questions?
Nope.
Are you looking to put this on the agenda, or I think I heard that you wanted to look at something
But
else? Or
I'd
do you
still
wanna put-
support it, because
okay.
I think that if we did go in a different direction, it's not tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
Right.
little too
it
late.
is a thought out
Unfortunately.
process, and
I
Yeah.
can speak to that just a little bit, because I was involved in that initial
Yeah.
conversion, when we went from county employees to contracted. And we had 2 cooks that were full-time county employees. And, but they weren't able to cover the shifts all the time, and we had overtime, and it was significantly cheaper back then, that was 10 years ago, to transition from actually having 2 full-time county employees versus I think it's like $3.50 a meal. Today's rates, based upon our inmate population, is like $4.50 a meal, which is still pretty significantly cheaper than we can go, buy a hamburger for, so.
It's cheaper than McDonald's.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So it's still reasonable when you think about it in that aspect. Today's rates, I don't, we'd have to do the math and, figure out what a fully loaded FTE would cost. I'm assuming probably 80,000.
I've already done it.
80,000 a year probably. That's just for.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but then you gotta fully load it and everything,
And
but
then you gotta buy the whole food.
And the
that was the other
Right.
thing that I was gonna
Yeah.
try to figure out, what rule for food, so I don't know that there's a savings, but it's a
Yeah,
question to ask, that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Because you're, looking at just simple numbers, we usually it's around here for around 125 to 125 fully loaded, so.
Yeah, so
But
that's
I look at the 250, simple it out, yeah.
250, then you got food.
Yeah.
So I imagine that we're spending
Overtime
easily
with
over
vacation.
$100,000 a year on food
Yeah.
and supplies.
Yeah,
Thank you.
all right.
All right, have a good week, guys.
Okay, thanks. Got
Anything else?
Kathy. All right. You're up.
Me? Okay.
Wait,
I guess.
So are we central or are we support? Because I'm getting so
We've
confused.
always been support services.
That is a
How
great
things have
question,
changed.
because when I was looking at the documents last week, I was asking people,
That's an easy seat.
I'm bringing,
in my mind, we are support
I'm bringing you
services.
as my.
Okay.
I don't think we're central to
That's what we've
anything, I think we are
always- I think
support for the
that's what
county,
we've
and that is what we do.
Yeah.
I GPT'd it yesterday,
Did
and
you?
I almost sent it to you, but I decided not on a Sunday. So,
I wouldn't have
central,
looked.
central services is more like broad, and support services is more narrow, so, anyway, it doesn't.
We created it as support services because it was the support of the commission and the commission's duties, not for the county.
And it's support the county.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter what it's
I prefer
called.
support services.
I would like us to be pretty, I see central and I'm like, so let's go back to
Yes,
support.
even on the cover page, it's support.
And no, and
So-
central, and I'm like,
Yes.
Be general support. Minimal.
for everything to everybody.
Okay, Tanessa, you're up.
Okay, I'm working with the coroner's office on the BJA fiscal year 25 Paul Coverdell Forensic Science Improvement Competitive Grant Program.
It's easy for you to say.
And we are applying for $500,000 to complete the accreditation.
That's so cool.
Go big or go home.
Right?
Yes.
And
she's fantastic,
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
So do you want to talk a little more about what we're trying to do?
Yeah, so kind of what Kelly and I have come to you guys about creating an autopsy facility in our facility. It has to be done for accreditation purposes. This grant includes funding for accreditation purposes. And why not go for a grant first to see if we can get grant money? So hopefully we could get that, and then that can help us build our facility. And Kelly, do you want to talk a little bit about what you got going on your?
So I've got some venting coming on. We have to vent everything out. Already had a vent to begin with, so we can bring it right back out of the same vent on the roof. Gotta go stainless steel, so we gotta do epoxy core. And then we gotta build a washer and dryer in there. We gotta put an eye wash station in there. We gotta
A
put a
shower.
shower in there. And
There's a
then,
lot
of
of things
course,
for
the
accreditation
autopsy
purposes.
table itself, it gets put into, believe it or not, the city sewer, which is 100% totally legal. I would have never thought that, but it is.
It's a biohazard, but it's already a biohazard, so there's nothing new that would go down there that doesn't already go down there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When you think of it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes total.
Yeah.
So that's where I am. I'm getting bids. I think once you really talk about this is what it's gonna be instead of this is what we'd like to do, I think you gotta do it right. I
I think there's some rules that are gonna make us go through. I think there might be some ventilation rules that says you have to do this. I think, you're gonna have to have a backflow preventer on the drain. I just can't cut into the system and do it. So it is
And
gonna.
we're creating something out of a space that isn't really
Yeah, it used to be a
meant
muffler
for
shop,
that.
now.
So,
Right.
if there was a vacant hospital or something, that would be fantastic, but we don't have that, so yeah.
Would it be right next to the cooler?
Yes,
Yes.
right now, there's that space
Which
right
is
next.
right next to the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did just finally
Are they okay
put
with
some
that?
silicone in.
they're doing okay, they're fine. They're fine. It is a very competitive, grant though, but, like I said, Vanessa is awesome, and I think that we should just go for it to see what we can get. We did just get, a grant that we got a fingerprint machine at the coroner's office, and so now we're the only second county in the state of Washington that are fingerprinting our deceased. We can also use that to identify any John or Jane Does we have, but it's actually being entered into the criminal justice system. We turned our office into a criminal justice entity, and now everybody that comes through our office is getting entered into the system, so now they are verified deceased, and that's helping law enforcement too. So we are actually using a lot of grants and new ideas to better our office.
So does it help on the grant, because our sheriff's office is accredited and so is our jail? So does it help to show that Mason County is moving to accreditation for different
Yeah,
departments
we
as
have
well?
to be accredited, but yeah, I think that,
That's cool.
yeah, I'm excited. Like I said, it's very competitive, but
Yeah.
I say go big or go home, and we're gonna try it.
Well, isn't this also maybe another revenue source?
It could be, yep, it could be if other smaller counties decide to come use our facility.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners?
Full support of this one.
Let's just hope, just remember, it's not money to make yet, it's
Yeah,
just.
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We're just
I think
asking
it's
if we wanna
awesome.
throw a line out, hopefully catch a fish, so.
Yeah,
Big fish.
and I mean, we're probably we're gonna have to go this direction no matter what, but I think that this will help a lot, even if we don't get the whole thing, if we can get partial funding, it'll help us out quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, jealous of Kids House.
I know.
You took me on that tour.
I know,
That's
it is very nice, it is
Awesome
very nice.
facility.
You know, if like in the next couple weeks, a building comes available, that would be awesome, but we're gonna do what we can with what we've got. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds
Kelly
good.
makes dreams happen, so.
He does,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The dream maker. I'm gonna get him a t-shirt that says that.
I was gonna say, the funny thing is I don't think there's anybody that would argue that.
Yeah, yeah, I might make it up for
You've
sure.
got that about you, everybody.
It's
All
good
right.
stuff.
All right,
All right,
yeah, so what do you need from us?
I think just information.
Just
We were
approval to go up for the grant.
Go for the grant, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. You got 3.
Awesome.
Cool. Go forth and conquer.
Yeah, yeah, and great article, or in the newspaper about suicide,
Oh, thank you.
so
Thank
appreciated
you.
that.
I try to
It's
do
good
as much, that I can, education that I can do and try to get things out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's good for people to know.
yeah, yeah.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, thank you.
It's not good for her business.
Well, depends on.
It's my
what-
kind of
what you're
business is the
looking at.
business that I'm okay if I'm not,
Yeah,
making the numbers.
right,
Yeah.
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 I see the numbers go down,
Yes.
yes, for sure.
And I can't say enough about, I mean, I've known Tanessa for a really long time. Our babies grew up together, but
Aw.
she is fantastic in what she does.
Right?
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. I'm really glad that she's a part of this team.
Me too.
Me too. Thank you, thank you.
It's been fun.
Yeah,
It's a challenge.
challenge. Yes, I'm up for a challenge. Is that it? Is that all I have?
Yep. My only other grant update is that I am trying to work with MACECOM to get some funds for their urgent need.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And there is a grant that we're looking at the disaster relief grant. And we have a meeting on Thursday with a consulting company that will support them with the application process. They're contracted by the state of Washington to do this. And I will support them through that in any way that I can.
Sounds good. Yeah, anything we can do to help.
What's it going to bring to MASCOM? How much, I mean, what are we actually trying to accomplish?
For their communication system failures or upgrades that are needed. So this will likely be over a $200,000 ask. And the fund is one of those, it's there until it's not there. So we want to act as soon as possible.
Are there matching funds required?
I don't think so.
Cool. Good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is a discussion about 3 requests we received for .09 funds. I think we brought up a couple weeks ago in briefings that we thought some more would be coming in, and we wanted to talk about what sort of process you wanted to use, whether or not you wanted to entertain these now, or whether or not you wanted to make another decision about do we go back and specify a time period and move forward in that manner. Not our purview. We just wanted to put these out there in front of you so that you guys could have a discussion, so that we would know the best way to move forward. And so all the information is in there. Jen put it together, so she's the smart one on this topic. So if there's any questions, by all means.
I would like to add also that I received one more request after I put this together from the Port of Allen for $32,000 for something creek. I think so.
Clearwater.
Yeah, I think so.
Clearwater.
Or Sweetwater.
I was just saying,
Sweetwater.
we'll have Clearwater Creek, that's a casino, but, we have.
Close.
Yeah.
Queens. Queens. I was thinking.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that these got in front of you. We wanted to make sure that they got in front of you, and that we asked, you know, if you want to, what you want to do with them, if you want to go out for more information. I mean, three of them, I don't remember if Port of Allen's had the application filled out, our internal application, but I could, you know, ask the others, the PUDs, to put them on our applications. We could try to coordinate a little better with the SEDS list next year. I don't know, it's up to you.
Well, our rule we always had is we only give monies, or we only support this if it's on the list.
Right.
That's always been an absolute rule that we've
yeah.
done. Personally, right now, I don't mind smaller ones, but these large ones like this should go through a big process. With everything we're looking at with the budget and everything else, we're gonna have some big conversations. I would expect that maybe look at these in January, anything above $100,000. I say that because everything, we're limited on what we have. We currently, for history, it's been working its way down smaller and smaller. We currently have a large one that we do every year to the city of Shelton. That has been getting smaller and smaller. At one point, it was 200 and some odd thousand per year. I think we're down to what, probably about 100 and.
Yeah, it's like 130, I believe. And then it ends, I think, in 2027.
Yes. And then we have that other little one, but that one ended, that was only for a year that they did that one for. So, but these large ones, I'm not even used to seeing them at this level. Something like this, I think we should figure out how to process something that large, where we already have something in place to do smaller. Granting, maybe 50,000 we say, or something like that, that we can still process till the end of the year. But anything above that, I think we should set up a process and look at what's gonna be needed for the infrastructure that all of us are gonna need, including the city, in order to do the things we need to do to actually create economic development. I need to also find out I don't know how to say this, the words on this one, hierarchy, or how we should treat the PUDs in comparison to a city. Maybe where the funds come from, I don't know, because again, at this level, I've never seen anything like that before. So I guess I need more education too.
And all of these are on the SEDS list, right?
Yes, I believe that they are. And the SEDS list, that's a requirement of the legislature. That's
Yeah.
not
For
a
the
county
county.
requirement.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
I just wanted to state that for the
Yeah, I
public.
said, we've even
Right.
opened up the set list in order to get things on it, because it had to be on it.
Right, right, yeah.
And I believe that's why we wanted to bring these forward now, because one, we did receive them all in the last 2 weeks, and so we wanted to give you the opportunity to, one, know that the request came in, and then two, make a decision about how you want to move forward with those. If you'd like a more formal process put together, and we notify them that we'll be opening that up for larger requests coming up whenever you would like that to be. In the last discussion we had, you talked about perhaps having a window of time in
Maybe
which
twice a
the
year.
application is open. I think
Not
that
around
is,
the time.
Yeah.
I think that is good. The one request that we would probably like to make is that it's not during budget season, because there's so much other stuff going on, so even a longer period at the beginning of the year might be preferable,
And
or,
then after the year, we know what we're working with where we may not right now.
Yeah,
Like, if twice a year, maybe large, if we decide to do large ones like that, maybe large in January, and then a second round at the smaller levels. Because one of the things that I do know, as I was a port commissioner for 6 years before I came here, so those smaller entities, they don't have the options. That's why the economic development aspect is so important with them. The larger ones, they have different options. But again, historically, the city has always been an important partner. And so I know their importance in this process, but still need to learn about the other.
yeah.
This is also the one where we got an email from a constituent about this particular Sweetwater project.
yes, that's correct.
I would feel more comfortable having a process first and then taking a look and having them fill out the applications. The letters were great and they were very descriptive,
They
but,
gotta fill out the apps.
but I think the application, we have it for a reason, so,
Yeah, and Jennifer asked if we should send them back to do applications, but because we got 3 large ones right in a row, I figured it was probably a good idea for us to bring them before you, regardless of having those at this time, just so that we could have the discussion about how we want to proceed.
Well, and we don't know to send them back for an application, because if we're not gonna look at it till January or whatever, then that would have been.
no, I think what you did, it appropriately brought it to us and asked us where we wanted to go with it, and so it sounds like, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, that, we wanna not make a decision on these yet, but figure out a process
Well, I
and a
can-
timeline.
I can certainly put together a rough draft process and bring it back for a briefing, so you all can look at it and make any tweaks you want to, and then we
Yeah.
can notify them of how we'll proceed.
And now personally, I would still like to see the smaller ones, but it has to be on our application, or what am I looking at?
Right. It still has to come before us, I think.
Yeah,
regardless.
but it has to, it shouldn't, even to come before us, I kinda think it should be on the,
On an application.
yeah.
And what was the definition of smaller?
I don't have one, for me, I'm just thinking in my head, 50, 100,000, nothing above that, cause it's too great to put a burden on the funds until we know what they are.
I think we already have a 50,000 limit on most things that, or is it 25?
No, it was 50, but it was arbitrary, it was us saying that we didn't want to, we didn't actually
No,
put
I
anything
mean,
in code.
on other things, not on,
Oh.
not on this.
Cause in the past, we've
on
told people
other
to keep
things.
it under 50, and
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see a process first, and then we can debate on what we think is small.
Okay, so we can
Okay,
hold
so
off on all of them
process
right
first.
now until we put that
yeah,
process
I'm
in.
just
Yeah, we-
one guy.
Okay, that's easy enough. I just wanted guidance from staff on how you want to proceed with those, since those came in.
And you can wait until after budget. Okay. In my opinion.
Fabulous. If that's agreed
Already a lot
upon.
of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think budget takes priority right now.
Okay, good. That's very helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So the next thing that I have is the financial report, so I'll share my screen for that. And I'm gonna go through this quickly, so that we can get through it.
Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, 80% versus.
Okay, so this is the financials through September of this year. Beginning with the general fund revenues, we've received $35,374,000 this year so far through September, compared to last year, $34,129,130 roughly. We're at 80% of our budgeted revenues this year, compared to 76% last year.
Do we think that we're getting it in early, or do we think that we're seeing areas where we're getting more than expected? Or is it too early to tell that?
I mean, it's a big mixture. I mean, our treasurer's revenue, we're up $1 million there, and that's due to a big conglomeration of different things. Sales tax is up, that continues to go up, which is a big factor, I think.
Yeah, right, that's a hope.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, I can evaluate that a little bit.
That's all right, if you didn't know, that means it's too early.
Moving on to the treasurer's revenue. So we have received $23,923,000 so far this year, compared to last year, $22,748,000. And again, we're at 80% of our budget there, compared to 78% last year. For the current expenditures through September, we've expended $38,260,000 this year, compared to $34,468,000 last year, and we're at 67% of our budgeted expenditures this year, compared to 65% last year. Special fund comparisons, different revenue sources, and this is specific revenue sources. And everything is pretty much steadily going up, except for the community development revenues, which we expected since last year had that big increase due to the ARPA transfer. Even our rate is up slightly over last year, so that's fabulous. The lodging tax, they had to do another big
disbursement?
Yeah, disbursement, refund, the state did, so that's why it's down this year. For the sales tax, we have received so far this year $7,935,000. We're projected to receive about $10.5 million this year, and we've budgeted $9.5 million, so we'll be about $1 million over.
Again, thank you, Lord.
Yeah.
Good year for that to happen.
Yes, it is. The cash balance through the end of September is $24,165,000. Again, we're at 80% of our budgeted revenues and 67% of our budgeted expenditures. And both of those numbers, if you look back over the previous 5 years, we're right where we should be as far as budgeted revenues and expenditures coming in and out. for the cash balances in the special funds. I'm doing it the long way, sorry. We're at 66,972,000, and that is an increase over the previous 5 years overall. Even with ARPA, that has, almost been all the way expended, or close to. We had received about close to 13 million, and we're down to 630,000 in ARPA. A lot of that's residual revenue, or interest income.
That's great. We're one of the counties that did the best thing with our ARPA money.
The one time.
Yeah.
Thurston County is really hurting.
Yes, they are.
For motor pool, we're at 59.46% of our budget. We've expended so far this year 1.25 million almost, and our budget's 2.1 million. So we're looking good on our motor pool.
Just keep in mind our special fund cash balances, law libraries down to $7,600. We may have to look at that.
Okay. We did put
I thought we did a transfer, didn't we? Or did we?
We did a budgeted transfer, so just in case they ran out of money, that will be available and we can do it quickly.
Yeah.
And so I did put that into the 2026 budget as well, just in case they need a transfer, so we can do that quickly and don't have to wait for that budget amendment. For the special fund revenues, we've received 40,991,000 this year, compared to last year 44,635,000, and we're at 72% of our budget this year compared to 71% last year. For the expenditures for the special funds, we have expended 37,897,000 compared to last year 38,099,000, and we're at 54% of our budgeted expenditures this year compared to 51% last year. The county debt, we have 15,820,000 overall in debt. Any questions or follow-ups on any of this?
Great job.
Thank you.
Only question I had, why the jump? Why was it 44,000 in special funds revenue last year?
For the
And it's
44 million?
41,000
That's
through the month.
I mean, if you go through the special funds, I mean, like what pops, into focus really quick is the welfare sewer. We had received 4 million, and I think that was the connection fees, a lot of it, and then
Well, that would make up the difference.
what, I'm sorry, what was that? What?
That would make, the
Oh,
4
that
million would make up the difference.
Yeah, that's the big, that's the majority of it. The other one is, I think, community services health. Those are the two that are pretty glaring. Yeah.
I'm gonna need 2 minutes officially.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, anything else on that before we move on?
No, that was the only question.
Okay, so the next thing on my list is the proposed budget. Not a lot of changes. I just moved over what we had put into maintenance level last week.
And these have been updated in our folders.
Yes, there's a file in there dated or named 2026 proposed budget as of 10/20/25.
Okay.
I believe.
Oh, perfect, okay.
So for the proposed budget, we're still showing the general fund beginning cash balance. I still have that at 24 million. And again, I'll look at that once October is closed, and I'll, project out again and see how close that is going to be and if we need to adjust that number. The revenues are budgeted in the general fund, $46,630,556 for a total budget of $70,630,556 when we add in that beginning cash balance. The salaries and benefits right now are budgeted at, or are projected to be budgeted at $38,269,579. And operating expenditures, $19,043,419 for total expenditures of $57,312,998, and ending fund balance is projected in this budget to be $13,317,558. And as we've talked about, and as you know, that number is very, very conservative, meaning we're not going to spend all of that. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I just feel like I need to state that, for the record, that that number will probably be, I'm thinking it will be closer to 18 million. But again, I mean, we are using our cash, and so we need to, think about ways to maybe slow that down or increase revenue, one of the two.
Well, one of the things to share, again, history being what it is, the year when all broke loose, what happened is we had always planned for unexpended budget authority. And that's what we're doing, what we're talking about right now. Never saw it coming, even though we probably could have, because we've been cutting the budget, trying to make ends meet. All of a sudden, that didn't happen. If that hadn't happened this year, we'd have been 12 million backwards, or more, right at that. So we always have to worry that could happen with one downturn, and all of a sudden it doesn't come in. That's why we have to always be so vigilant about it. It's happened before.
Right now, the full-time equivalent employees are budgeted at, we have 289.12, and that is one less than we had last year, and that one less is in support services. That was that temporary ARPA position that we don't no longer have. The policy.
What about the one we just talked about today with the courts? That's not in there yet, and was in there before.
So that one, yes, and that one happened this year. I haven't updated the 2026 FTE list yet, so I'll do that and project out everything that's happened.
So if we say no to that, well, actually, it should already not be in there, because you have it as a PLR.
Yes,
And it was a temporary position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that will show on that summary sheet, and I'll have notes in there as to what happened with that position. So yeah, it will be a net zero unless you choose to put it in the 2026 budget, but that is why that number is not increased in this budget, because it's not there right now, yeah. So right now, we have moved $68,000 in PLRs into the maintenance level budget. We have $3,000 going into the assessor's office budget, and then $65,000 into the sheriff's budget. So the total requests in the general fund are $2,785,642 for PLRs. Any questions before we move on to special funds?
Not right now.
Okay, so the total special funds, the revenues, $12,413,655. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the difference. I was like, that's a little low.
You scared me just for a minute there.
$126,036,346. That sounds a little bit more like it. And that's for both revenue and expense, and I won't go through all of the detail on that, since nothing has changed in the special fund since last time. But right now, we're looking at a total maintenance budget with our special funds and general fund of just under $200 million, $196,666,902. Total budgeted full-time equivalent employees in special funds are 133.91 for a total of 423.03. So at this time, that's all that I have on the proposed budget, unless you have any questions for me to follow up on.
Nothing yet.
Okay, I will stop my share. And so the only other thing I'm briefing on right now is the budget and the levy hearings. We need to set those hearings. For the budget hearing, print those out.
And that would be December 1st, right?
Yeah, the budget hearing is set for the first Monday in December, and that first Monday is December 1st this year. And then the levy hearing is November, I forget what date it was.
25th
Thank you.
at 9:50.
Yeah. November 25th at 9:15. And that hearing, the levy hearing, will most definitely be, projected out to the next. We won't have all the information the way that the law works. All the special districts have until the end of November to turn in their requests. Yeah. And so we have to have the hearing though ahead of December, or by December 1st. And so we like to have it ahead of time, so it's always continued to the next week. So anyway, but that's all that I have for you right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay. John, I think you're up.
Thank you, sir. I have just a few things. Okay, so we have 3 contracts coming need to be renewed for Park Hosts, December 31st.
I'm supportive.
So we're submitting those in advance. They're 2-year contracts. It seems that the park hosts that we have currently in Mason Lake, Oakland Bay, and Truman Glick are staying where they are.
Good. Sounds good.
Sounds like they're all
We're
in
supportive.
approval. That was easy.
Awesome. And the other thing is we have a storage unit for $120 a year to the historic. And that's the next contract that needs to
Gosh darn.
be. So.
Easy peasy.
Look at you, speeding us
I'm
along.
serious, you know, keep it simple.
And I'm sorry, I was thinking that was the budget overview and that we were doing our policy level requests later, so I got confused. So I would like to talk about our requests for just a moment, if that's okay. And since you're here, one of them is yours. The biggest one is yours. So.
Of course it is.
Okay.
It is. Shame on you.
I know.
I'm going to share my screen.
And what are we going back to?
We're going back to the policy level requests, and this is the current expense PLRs. And we'll start with yours, John.
Okay. So commissioners, in the budget, I've got 2 zero terms. We purchased them in 2011. Their life cycle's about 10 years. We have about 14. Our average expenditures is usually around 5,000 to 7,000. 25,000 is a new one. I think we have on there 25 to 30,000. The challenge that we're gonna have is when we had them in last for maintenance, they're talking about the potential of the cost going up because of deck work, and underneath for the mechanical piece, that's where all the moving parts are, is in the decks. So that's gonna, if we don't replace them, then that will be the next pieces to go. I know I would prefer to one year have one replaced, the next year having another replaced. If the commission is thinking about it, we could replace one this year, hopefully move the next one to the following year, as long as it continues to work appropriately. That way we
But if it
don't,
doesn't, you're screwed.
then yes, we are. There's no other way around that piece.
I don't see where there's any option for myself. I support it because there's no other option.
Yeah.
See, it'll break down right when it's needed. That's, that's the problem.
And we're kind of tight as it is. I mean, we're running pretty lean, so if it does break down, that usually, because we move right from baseball into soccer, so the reality is there really is no ability to have any of these two down for any extended period of time and not have it impact our ability to keep the parks in the shape they're in.
How much mowing do you do between now and January 1st?
It depends on the weather, and this year it might be less because it's supposed to be wet and because of where we are. We could have more snow, but it's hard to tell. I mean, if it's gonna be wet, then we're still gonna mow because it's still gonna grow. So it just depends on where the park is located and what the weather's gonna be like as it's projected. So we could continue virtually with just a couple months of downtime where we're not mowing.
Right. I'm just holding off on my thoughts on budget items until
No, I totally
we have the
get it.
budget. Big budget briefings, but
Right.
you know you've got definitely two. Or two have said that they've also.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
The request, just to make sure we're all on the same page, it's $50,000 for two, okay, and you're in support.
I said, if not, it'll break down right before spring, and these people are paying money to get on those fields. It kind of pays for this stuff. We'll be in a situation where they can't.
And you are in support, but you're holding off, is that, or something?
Well, it's gonna be necessary, but I'm not going to make decisions until we have our full budget discussion.
Okay.
Well, it's a timing gamble on the more growth of the grass for.
Well, they wouldn't be purchased until after our budget hearing anyway, so.
Unless one goes very quickly. So hopefully they'll hold on until.
But this is a 2026 budget.
It absolutely is.
Request. That's what I've.
We've just been having more problems with them. Those weren't projected in this last year's budget. We thought they would be doing exceptionally well, but there's been a lot of mowing this year, so.
It's been a good year for
It
grass.
absolutely has.
Have
Hard
you-
on equipment, but
Have
great
you
for the parks.
looked into lease?
I have. The challenge that we're gonna run into is being able to project maintenance costs in those contracts. I can look at them again
Sure wouldn't hurt.
and provide that to you so that you have that
That'd be great.
projection as well.
How long does our last equipment last?
Well, like I said, this one, they're usually 10 years. They're 14 now.
Yeah.
So we've gotten an additional 4 years, so we've done exceptionally well when it comes to that piece. But when you look at the decks, they are starting to rust through, which now becomes a safety hazard as well. So, I mean, we've used them hard. They've been exceptionally a good product for us, so. We've gotten our use out of it. Matter of fact, I don't even think we could trade it in and get any value from them because we've gotten virtually every hour out of them, so.
It's too bad that we can't use REIT funding to purchase them anymore.
It's like,
I
I
know.
know.
Yeah.
Did you have anything that you wanted to add, Commissioner? Are you in support at this time, or are you holding
Well,
off?
I think it seems like something we're gonna have to do. I mean, it's a timing issue is all if we're gonna wait till after we finish with our budgets, but I don't see how we can avoid it, so I'm kind of.
So you want to hold off, is that what you're saying, or do you want to put it in now?
When you say put it in now, you mean spend it now?
No, I just mean like, put it in like the approval column.
So that we know we are really going to be when the numbers start coming in.
And we'll go over this list again, so whether we put it in or not, we'll go over it one way or the other. I just want direction on where to put it.
Yeah, I would be in support of it. But I
You are in
just don't see
support.
how we get away from it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put it in that approved column for now then. Thank you.
Right now?
Like, wait till the next person up.
And the only other things that we had in our policy level request column, I was originally asking for an employee for a financial analyst, but I'm rescinding that request because of the financial hardship that would put on the county. If we had the funding, it would be amazing to have that position because we could move forward with more Munis implementation, more forward projecting. Just it would really help our office a lot. I mean, Travis had asked all of us to look at our points of failure in our office, and people that only knew where only one person knew what was happening. And right now, I mean, I've got a great team, but we are so lucky to have the team that we do. And if one of us, if something happened to one of us, it would be catastrophic, I feel like. So anyway, it just.
So you're asking us for, letting us know that you want to have one removed?
Yes,
That
I would like it
position.
removed at this time, but I just wanted on the record that it really would be nice to have one more position to help with grants, all the things that we do. It's not just budget in my corner over there, so
Yeah.
there's a lot more that goes on.
For sure. Okay.
The other three little items are travel and then travel and training for a total of $1,500, just because it's increasing. I think Mackenzie had a clerks conference, and this year it's in Walla Walla.
And you can
Okay.
justify those, all that, I'll say it different, you're comfortable with justifying those?
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable. I mean, I don't have like exactly how much it's going to cost for those things, but I do know, yeah, the clerks conference will be a lot more expensive because it's not held here this year. So yeah, $500 may not be enough.
Yeah, over in Walla Walla.
Training and everything is too important, I see it as necessary.
All right, anything else? I think we need a break, a quick break before we go to Public Works.
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'll take a 3-minute break.
Right back.
So we'll take.
Works, come on up.
Good morning.
Oh, back on the air.
I've always got a, when the door opens behind us, I always get a flashback to when Diane came in the bomb threat.
All right. What you got for us?
Well,
Oh, wait, we did not do the Historical Society. Oh, yeah, we did, never mind. Public Works.
all right. Ready, set, go.
Oh, my goodness.
And I think maybe we can make up some time, possibly, so we'll be on schedule. We have 2 items that we're asking to be placed on the action agenda, Commissioners. One is a road vacation that is already vacated by operation of law in the Plat of Allen. And then the second is updating Public Works road department policies. And this is something that it's a CRAB procedural item.
Yep.
And happy to have Mike give you more detail on either one, if you have any questions about either of those agenda items.
Too much detail, you'll have to call Kelly.
Pass that buck.
That was good.
Well, that is good, because certainly want to acknowledge and recognize Kelly for all of her great work that she put towards the Public Works policies. And as you can tell, it's a lot of work. So definitely want to thank her and the team for putting that together.
No, I think it's,
We good?
I'm good with it. Commissioners?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yep, we're good.
All right. Awesome. Okay. And then in terms of follow-up items, Commissioners, you had questions last couple go-arounds about the Belfair sewer. So Richard and Stephanie and I did our best to hopefully capture those questions and provide answers. And that was sent out Friday afternoon. So we're glad to take any questions that you may have about that, or maybe it spurred more questions, possibly. So just want to ask if you need anything further, or...
And it did for you, I went and got a lot of the information myself, and I'll share it with all you guys, just pass it down to you, don't do anything with it, but just read one for So I got
Thank you.
a couple of them there if you don't mind sharing them with. Unless you won't, no.
Well,
Oh, you do? Yeah, I got it.
We'll share.
No, I have an extra.
Mike, are you feeling left out?
No, no. He doesn't know why.
Travis, do you need copies?
I have one of my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just, some of the simpler questions I asked is what is the complete build out? How many, because that's what I was asking, was how many possible if we had complete build out? Then what does it also look like on the 20 years? She gave me the numbers for the build out and for, which is not realistic, of course, but you gotta be, look at what it is for the total need. Then what it would be for build out at, 1/3, and then what the 20-year expectations are. And even though these systems aren't made for 20 years, they're made for 50 and longer. But just to have numbers to put in there. So I just thought I'd share all that with you guys. And we don't have to do nothing with it today. I just wanted you to have the numbers to go off of the other ones.
Yeah, I'd have to spend a little bit of time going through all of this as well.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, thanks for doing this, Commissioner. And thank you guys for all the answers to the questions that were provided to you. And you guys do a great job.
And if you have questions or anything later, I'll be available, of course.
Perfect.
And so this is your narrative?
Yeah, okay, yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I'd like to spend some time, I won't ask that we do it now because we are on such a tight schedule. So we'll save this for another day?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, they're both.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of information there, so
Mhm.
need some time to look over.
Right.
Problem is, I only finished it last night at 11 o'clock, so if you don't even call it finished. it's-
All right.
All right, updates, Richard, we had a,
Great weekend
yeah,
in solid waste.
yeah.
Really, or are you being sarcastic?
Very sarcastic.
Okay, that's what I was afraid you were
Terrible
gonna say.
weekend, really.
Oh, man.
Sometime either Friday night, Saturday morning, somebody entered the operator's area out back at the Eels Hill facility, broke into our storage area and stole a bunch of our tools.
Oh, no.
So Kevin is of course running that down and itemizing things and getting prices and filed a police report and doing all that work. And
Yeah,
Do we have cameras out there?
we do. Mysteriously, there was no record of anything, so I'm not sure, we're not entirely sure whether the cameras were covered or somehow wiped, but we're assuming they were covered, so we're still figuring out what went on.
exactly, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yep.
No. Let's
So
keep some of
anyway,
that close to the
we're-
vest as we figured out.
We're digging.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, you guys have
that
been pretty
happened.
good about how to handle when it does happen, so be a little patient and we'll wait and
Yeah.
let you do what you do.
Yep.
You do the voodoo that you do.
No more voodoo. And then also, we had a small spill as well at Trailer Park.
At Trailer Park, I'm not sure just what,
In Allen again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't get a call this
Well, it
time.
Very
didn't go, well, of
small.
course, it didn't make it into the building.
No.
Oh.
No,
Because
no.
we put that backflow preventer, it won't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a high alarm, our mission controls, our SCADA system did not call people out. The smart cover, the backup system did.
alert us.
It's usually
that's good.
first anyway. so.
What's the damage looking like?
It was just, it was a tiny spill, maybe
Yeah.
15, 20 gallons leaked
Well,
out
then-
onto the ground.
I understand how
But
you
yeah.
think. I've been around here for a while, guys, we're talking walking in it.
Yeah,
And stuff like
no.
that.
Yeah,
We've done a
no.
lot of money, a lot of time to make it, so actually, for that little spill, give yourself a pat on the back. 'Cause that
Well,
is
it's been worse.
I know,
Right.
that's what I'm saying, it's been a
Yeah.
heck of a lot better than anything we ever
That's
had.
First time I went out there, it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, I think, met you and your daughter out there, running out of the building.
It was 3 o'clock in the morning and, yeah.
Yeah, so it was not as bad, but still not to be proud of.
Right.
No, but that's.
I'm not sure
before
what
we
the
didn't-
problem
we
is.
did not have a backstop.
Mm-hmm.
So it's apparently now the backstops are working.
Mm-hmm.
Things are gonna happen. You're not gonna get perfect. But if you can keep it from damaging the properties and the health and stuff like that, I'm not gonna be angry at you, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So thank you for
I
all.
appreciate that.
Thank you for
Still getting to
all
the
you
bottom
did
of
to
it.
get us to that point.
Yeah, yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it, I appreciate that, yeah.
And fun, good news. Come on, Collins, what do we got?
Yeah, how many roads,
Wrapping up.
how many trees came down this weekend?
Not that bad, just a couple call outs, and the ones that were in the power lines, so PED had to come get them anyway, so. But we fared pretty well.
Awesome.
Your vision on how you handle in the county when it comes to the expanded size of the
truck.
road and stuff like that. They were asking, what do you think is the most underrated thing that happens on our roads? And I mentioned what we're doing out here, and everybody appreciated, got the gist of it. And then they started talking about it more, and I got calls afterwards. It's like, it's a way to save a lot of money, a lot of safety. We have, no, we don't technically have a bike trail, but we have bikes, people riding bikes on it, people walking on them, people, everything. Safety during the winter. It was a great thing you took on, and it's starting to be all over the place here. You're eventually gonna get it all, aren't you? I'm working on it.
Working on it. You should see his short list for the staff meeting this week.
There's no way you're gonna be able to prove.
It's about 10 pages long.
But I'll bet you our crash rates and other things that we could have been sued for, it's gotta be increasing, because there's no way that it doesn't have an impact.
Yeah, those are the things that will be really nice to see play out over the next few
But how we didn't
years.
know, you
is
never
what-
know what didn't
Oh,
happen.
we
You
do.
gotta-
Oh, yeah. I mean, every year we get a summary of all accidents throughout the county and how many were serious and fatal, and so you should be able to
Especially
correlate
on
at
a
some point
specific-
some
specific
trends.
road, you'd be able to do that? I would
Yes.
love to hear it when you get those.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't have to be smart enough to have all the answers, but I have to be smart enough to know them when I hear them, and you're proving that one to be a good answer.
Yeah, with the paint striping, and we just did quite a few miles of buttons, the raised RPMs put down, so on our high-speed roads especially, and so, yeah, we're trying to make it better. So,
It's funny, we're coming back around. I remember the staff complaining about you and your damn buttons. Now we're going around, that's because we need the damn buttons.
they always
Still
come
might be
around.
a couple. A couple little grumbles.
Change is hard.
It is.
Sometimes.
But after what we went through this last year, so we recognize, the commission recognizes how important those things are now.
Yeah, I was driving home and I slowed down to go over the railroad tracks and I was like, I don't need to slow down. Yes, well, thank you very much.
All I need is 150,000 and concrete panels there. So,
Yeah.
Is that what the other one has? The concrete?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, you
yeah,
agree
down on Lynch.
on Lynch, I think, does Lynch have them?
I don't think Lynch has them either.
I think Lynch doesn't either, because we put in for
No.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
So Lynch and both Cole, talking to the rail master, I've got a set of plans, everything from him to replace it, and it's about anywhere from $120,000 to $150,000. Go out to bid and replace it completely and do it right. So,
And that would have to go out for a bid.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we even discussed us doing it, and he'd just soon the contractor do it, because it's in the railroad right away and stuff, so.
Gotcha.
I told him he could,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Seems so much better.
But they'll close the, they'll have to close the road, they actually replaced that rail section, when they do it. They've been doing a few of them, we found out about it, they've been doing a few of them down in Brady. And so we went down and observed their operation and how they did it and stuff, and so,
Well, that's cool.
you know, so we'll get it
So
permanently.
I have somebody that has an issue, an abandoned RV on the road by, off by the helicopter landing area. Do you already know about it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so please send somebody on and get the sheriff out, or if it's,
Yeah, it's been referred. Steph received a call, I think, on Friday as well and forwarded, so,
good job.
yeah. Yep. All right, anything else, commissioners, before we move on to happy budget requests?
Let's do budget.
All right, okay.
Sounds like we're on,
All right, moving on. And Cammy, maybe, is it possible to pull up the slide deck, or do you want Steph to maybe, or we can maybe do that?
It just says I'm still waiting to join.
Oh, still waiting to join the meeting.
Your computer likes to wait.
Well, we're pulling up the materials that were submitted as part of the packet, commissioners. I can just give a really quick overview in what we'll be sharing. And basically, we'll be presenting 3 different scenarios. And the 3 scenarios primarily have to do with what level of road fund diversion might be considered, because that would be the biggest impact, obviously, to our budget. And so the budget instructions, and I think we're off 100,000 here. I've got 1.08 and I think it's 1.18. Is that right, Jen?
I think it's 1.0.
1.185.
Oh,
1.1, I thought it was 1.080.
That's what I thought.
Does it include the levy?
I think it's the one.
It should be 1,080,000
Yeah.
even, I just plugged in the number that they
Okay,
had.
yeah.
Okay.
Say my brain, I remember
Okay.
1.080.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. So we've
Yeah,
got,
mine
we assumed 1.08. So the first scenario is what our project level, or our request is, and that is a request for no diversion. That would increase our budget by 1.08 million. And then the second scenario is the assumption that we do have a diversion. And the third assumption is if commissioners decide to make an additional request or a greater diversion, what would that do to our budget? So that's what we're gonna walk through this morning. And the other request is to move 2.5 million from the future road fund and to put that into our active construction fund for projects that we're gonna be using. The beginning of this, Tammy, basically, would be great. Yep. You got it, that's it, thank you. So that's kind of the highlight. And Mike and Steph can walk us through the nitty-gritty details.
Thank you.
Or not, I mean, we can certainly save time also, however you wanna.
Well, I got opinions on that one. But I'm trying to find Jen's thing in here first. I'm gonna see the ending. Jen, you have the expected cash ending fund balance this year for them? You gave it to me, it's in here, I guess, for some reason.
I think we're done close on ending fund, right, Jen?
Well, I love that document, that's the one document, I took it out, I lived with it.
It looks like in the budget, the ending fund balance is 12,680,000 roughly.
What's it really expected to be, that's the problem.
I mean, right now, their cash balance is about, close to 13 million, I think. So, I mean, it's hard, in roads budget, typically, as long as I've been here, we've always had, expended way less than
Yes.
what we actually budget for, so it could be.
And that's where those dollars for that road fund, for new roads for economic development came from. It actually came from that budget, that.
Well, let's walk through this and then, I think Stephanie will be able to provide a clear picture of what we're projecting, and Mike can tell you he's been spending, and can continue to spend.
I do have one request. We have a 1 o'clock.
Yep.
And so it would be nice if we could eat something before then.
Okay.
All right.
We'll get a moving.
We'll get going. All right, so for just a quick overview on the county road fund, Mason County Road Fund is responsible for about 620 miles of roadway broken out between minor and major and local access ways. They have 100 reportable bridges, more than 12,500 signs, and Mike's responsible for a little more than 3,400 culverts. Almost 50 of them have been identified as needing urgent repairs. Next.
And then that's the one that, I keep hammering on.
Right.
Our local road levy is the only funds typically available for those projects.
And then I know Mike and Loretta have shared with me how much they anticipate each one of those culverts costing.
Yeah.
Typically estimate about $500,000 for a fish culvert for each one.
Averaging?
On average, yeah.
If we do it ourselves, you can get down to $250,000. If you contract it out, maybe $1 million.
Or-
If it's a bridge, it could be $2-3 million.
Right.
So we're trying to keep it down, and we're trying to knock off the ones that we can with our own forces.
Yeah.
So
Right. Appreciate that.
we've got 4 bridges replacement set up for next year, the superstructures, because they're short spans, they don't qualify for any other funding. And then we've got, I've got a half a dozen culverts set up for next year. We haven't bought the structures or anything, it just depends on what the budget's gonna be for next year, so. We're gonna do all those in-house. So that's the plan anyway.
Okay.
But they're not cheap, yeah. You're replacing 2-foot culverts with 22-foot wide structures, so,
Gotta save the Orca.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I love seeing those things just go up those streams.
Especially when the stream's
They're
dry.
amazing.
Yeah, especially, it's really great, because right after that big thing you guys build, down another 300 feet is a 3-foot culvert.
Or even before, before.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
Yeah.
coming up,
That's a fact.
they jump over those.
Yeah.
So
So,
they walk.
Sarcastic, we just hate that
I know.
this happens, and
so that's something though, that could be a talking point when you meet with our legislators.
Oh, it is.
So
Yeah. But they're on the
it's
same side as us on
either,
that,
we
though.
need to have more reasonable regulations, requirements, or we're facing a funding disaster. We already are facing.
Every county's in the same
Yes,
position, and so
yes.
that's a very hot topic for Wasac.
Yeah, yep. The next slide is primarily about what we've been doing to maximize and make the most of our funds. And it's things like the striper purchase, it's things like maximizing county forces. How can we continue to be more efficient with what we have? All right, and then here we get to our reserve and our fund balances.
Yes. So we were estimating by the end of this year, our beginning balance, at the beginning of next year will be about $14.4 million, broken out between an operating reserve, the new road fund, if we're requesting the 2.5 moved, and a capital reserve of 6.6. We have $3.1 million in outstanding ACP approved projects going into 26, and $2.4 million in approved projects in 2020 on the 2026 ACP approved projects. And that's why we were
now that number you're using, are you saying our share, or you
our
saying-
share. Yep, our share. We'll go through the total amount of the projects and then the county's encumbrances.
All right.
Next. So for our operating and O&M revenues, we're looking at the road levy of about 10.6, motor vehicle fuel tax at around a little less than 2.3, miscellaneous revenue of 700,000, sale of a property 500,000, which just actually came in last week, so that's already.
You got another $1 million coming in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Good, I got another paving project.
This time you might wanna hold on to that. Explain.
We've got cap at 450,000 and interest and other revenues at almost 570,000 for a total O&M revenue for next year at just over $15 million.
So for us uninitiated, what is CAP?
CAP is a protected fund specifically for black on black, in other words, paving on pavement. So you can use it for your chip seal program, for only your 07s and 08 roads, not your minor roads. But you can only put it on those roads, so either chip seal or asphalt.
Preservation,
very
basically,
specific.
chip seal or asphalt.
Can you give me an update on numbers for that? Because I use those all the time, people ask me. It was at 35,000 per mile for chip, what's it now?
Chip sealing is for a double shot, which what we do is in the 50,000 range now.
For a double shot,
For
single shot was?
1 mile.
And single shot is?
And single shot would be half of that, so 25,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So-
asphalt?
Asphalt is, if you're contracting out, you're talking about 500,000.
Oh, wow.
For a mile. Yeah, it's 10
So
times.
chip seal is actually the reason why it hasn't changed is because you're doing it.
Yeah.
It just hit me, because asphalt has doubled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about 10 times more to asphalt by contract. If we do it ourselves, it's less than that. But chip seal is the cheapest preservation.
Yeah.
And you really, when you pave asphalt, it's sealed up, it's impervious at that point in time. Once you start wearing on it, it wears that oil off, and it becomes pervious. And so water gets in, and that's how you get the cars impact, and that's how you start breaking it down. So chip sealing seals that all back up and extends the life of your road. So you can, as long as you keep your road in good shape before, and you chip seal, you can keep doing that over the years and not have to pave the road unless you let it break down too much.
And Pat, when they call you and get mad at you, because they will, you explain to them, this is, because we do it early, is why we can keep that road like that for so many years. Other than that, it gets really bad. Once the water gets through it, gets cold,
and it gets expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Really expensive.
it's amazing when people call me and get mad at me at chip seal every year.
And it's a good question though about, so even within our restricted funds for the road fund, we have even more restrictions.
Yeah.
So like Mike pointed out, we can only use that approximately $500,000 on preservation. And it's one of the things that we have to report every year. How much did we spend?
No culverts, no
Right.
winding roads, no nothing, it's just
Yeah,
surface on
strictly
surface.
for that purpose.
So this is basically 9 miles worth of.
Yeah.
Next.
It's slow.
So, Mason County's road is primarily funded through motor vehicle fuel tax and the property levy. 85% of our budget is those two sources. So, since 2018, we've only increased the road levy less than 3%. So when our wages and a couple of our other expenditures are going up at a higher rate, it's hard to, Mike's constantly looking for operational efficiencies. That's the paint striper, that's using county forces. The slide we went through really quickly, Mike ranks third in the state for percentage-wise for operational efficiency in the county forces, but for dollar-wise, he's number one. So almost $1 million in 2024 in county forces.
Wow. Good job.
And then, it's all good. It was just one extra note. The motor vehicle fuel tax has actually gone down in the last couple of years. So we're actually losing ground on that one. Next.
And again, this is nothing new. You've heard us
No.
say, we're flat, and actually declining in some. And of course, our expenditures are outpacing those largest revenue
Is that
sources.
due to less miles driven or just?
It's a combo. It's a combo of all of that. Yep.
So since 2016, we just look at levy diversion, and so there's been about 18.5 diverted from the road levy fund for the road diversion. In today's dollars, it would have been about 55 miles of contracted pavement. It would have been 74 miles if they'd have done it through county forces, or about 208,000 tons of asphalt, which would have paved about 124,000 miles on the roadway.
Or another way to look at it is that's not even all of Mike's 50 culverts or 40-some culverts that we're estimating we need in the future, since they're on local roads.
She just asked, what would that,
Yeah.
relatively, what would that be? Well, that'd be about 55 miles of contract work. Or if we did it ourselves, it'd be 74 miles. So it's a big number, and we realize it's unrealistic to get $18 million. But if I had it.
Yeah.
Don't think you would use it.
Here's
That's what
what
I
I
do
do
with
with it.
No.
All right, next. When we look at our expenditures, we had $15 million in the stable funding revenue. We look at, for O&M, we're at about $15 million for wages and benefits. About 50% of our budget is the 61.5 FTEs that the road department manages. We have 17% covers road supplies with sand, gravel, de-icer, etc. Approximately 11% goes to the ENR fleet and leases. 18% goes to internal allocations. debt service and insurance. After operating expenditures, we have about little less, or a little more than $12,000 remaining of the stable funding for future capital projects, and that's kind of where we're at, where our revenues are kind of matching up with our expenditures. Not too much extra going for future capital projects. Next. So in 2026, we have just shy of $1 million of a debt service that will be paid off in 27. So we're looking at a little bit of breathing room coming up
How much
in the
per
next
year?
couple of years.
$991,
Per year.
$250.
Yeah, so just shy of $1 million. And it'll be paid off in 27, so we'll have little breathing room in 28.
Yeah,
That's good.
yes.
Next.
Sorry, I'm trying.
No
So-
worries.
So in 2026, this is just a copy of the ACP that was approved by the board. There's just shy of $13 million worth of projects, 12.7. County road funds make up about $2.4 million of that, with about $10.3 million coming in from potential grants or outside sources. So that's a pretty good bang for your buck. Next. So just to kind of see how it's been going for the last couple of years, between 2015 and 2020, during that 6-year period, the county brought in $12.6 million worth of grants for the roads funds. That averaged about $1.7 million a year. But between 2021 and 2024, you've secured almost $17.8 million in grants, averaging about $4.2 million. So for every dollar spent, they brought in in outside funding. So that was a significant increase.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But one of the things that I wanted to point out was that there was a significant jump in federal funding. And so it's just watching what happens over the next year or so
That
with the federal
That
funding.
might drop.
Yep.
Probably will drop.
Yeah. Next. So, total approved road projects are 22.4 million. 15.5 are scheduled to be completed in 26 or later, and they're on the 25 or 26 ACP, but just the timing of when they'll be done. So grants and outside funding received through the end of December, or the end of September, was 1.2, with another 1.3 being anticipated by the end of year. We're expected 10 million in 26 and further out, with the county's matching portion at 5.5 million. And so that's why when I say that we've got a capital reserve at 6.6, I've got 5.5 of that committed. Next. This is just going over exactly what I just said with potential funding. So historically, we get $1 matching, we get $1 and $1.70 in grants, but we're almost at $5 in outside funding for every dollar. So county's portion of the ACP in 26 is 2.4. When I add them together, I'm just saying that the constraint, I have limited funds for future projects, because I'm only rolling over about $12,000 from our operating budget. Next. So for our proposed Plan A, we're requesting no levy diversion. And that's so that we can maintain a sufficient future capital in our capital reserve projects. So we have our beginning capital balance at 2.3. We're proposing it'll be just under $2.3 million for future capital projects at the end of next year. $3 million held in the new roads, and then the 25% operating, which I think I got an updated
What do you
number.
currently have in new roads?
It's 4.5.
5.5.
5.5.
Okay.
Okay. Next next one.
Next. So, the annual construction plan, I've got grants at just over $10 million, no levy diversion, plus the new road transfer. And, restricted capital, I've got $17.7 million. On the other side, I've got the 2025 uncompleted ACP projects at just shy of 2.8. Total ACP in 26 for 15 million. I've got my 2026 excess going to future capital projects at $12,000 with an estimated capital reserve at 2.3 million. Next. Plan B. So, funding, we would have the road levy diversion. We would have to, we're still requesting the new road reserve funds of 2.5 being transferred. But we would look at some cuts to our proposed budget. Next. And so we're looking at keeping vacant positions unfilled, and that would save us about $475,000. Complete the quote column by 2028. So if Mike's able to finish that by 2028, he would get 100% full funding on that. And so that would save the county about $190,000. And then we'd have to, a reduction in ACP projects of about $350,000. And so we did that through the Log Yard Romance Hill project and the Razor Road project to reduce at just over $1 million in reductions. Next. This was
Further, basically a doubling of the diversion under this scenario.
Yeah. So we had heard that there may have been a recommendation of a $2 million transfer from the Rose funds to the traffic diversion.
Yeah.
And so we were looking at how this would affect our budget. And so we were looking at, again, keeping the vacant positions unfilled and then looking at about $1.5 million in reductions. Next. And these are all ACP approved projects that we would have 2 truck drivers that would remain vacant. Transportation supervisor would remain vacant. And then we had several projects that would be reduced.
Yeah, basically the list of projects would be further cut.
To come up with just shy of $2 million in reductions.
All right. Is that about, I think that's it.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's the end of our lovely presentation.
Yeah.
Any questions about fund balances and what's rolled over, and is that?
No, I pretty much, and I know what I'm already thinking and where I think we should be, and was waiting until.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Good numbers.
All right.
Yeah. Pat, any questions?
No.
Okay.
Just a quick note about the ACP, the annual construction program. We budget a lot in there. Some of those projects don't get constructed that year.
Right.
So that money rolls over into your fund balance or wherever you want to call it and stuff. But if you notice, we've been spending them. We've been completing these projects, and we're going to complete these projects. And I have other projects on the shelf. I have two $1 million paving projects on the shelf right now. I've been working on another one. And then we have these culverts that we're doing and stuff too. We're getting them on the shelf. So if we know we're not going to spend some money on something like that's on the annual construction program, and we can make up for it next year, we could go ahead and advertise that and get those done and do those about in August and stuff. And so this year we've actually did a few extra pavers at the board allowing us to spend the money that we had there. So the projects are there, and the ability to do it is there. So just
And the projects that are on your ACP take priority, it's just the timing of them. You're committing the money to the
it's just
project.
the permits,
It's
the
just-
right of way, all the necessary tools for those types of
Fish
projects.
windows.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other point I'd like to make as well is the further we reduce the construction program funding and constrain that program, the fewer options Mike and team have in terms of flexibility. So right now, the way we're sitting and how commissioners have, through the future roads and other funds that we've been able to build this reserve, Mike has great flexibility, so he can pivot and make sure that he can deliver in a quick manner. The further constrained we get, the tighter it gets, or the tougher it gets for him to pull things off the shelf or pivot and reprogram projects. So that's, it's just a reality. He's done a great job in maximizing.
Jen, do you have an ending fund for their account for last year?
Their ending fund for last year was about $14 million.
So with that, because the taxes come in and stuff like that, you look at your numbers, what you're based on what we have now.
Yep.
First, I'm gonna start, is it okay? First, I'm gonna start by saying your department is very good at budgeting and not wasting money. I'm gonna say that right off the bat. And so I have no complaints about what you've been doing with any of the money or any of that stuff. You've budgeted well and you've handled everything as I could hope you would. With everything going on, I have my opinion of what I think, and I've thought about this a lot. I've gone through the budgets a lot. And the ending fund balance will be quite a bit different than it is now, as it always is, than this time of year, especially this September number that we're looking at here. With that being said, I believe, and I want to speak for myself, that we will end up having to spend the diversion money again. Go back to the amount we had the time before. So with that, that's how we save the deputies' positions when we start to have cuts, if we decide we're gonna have cuts. This is how we save them, is with that diversion money. I just haven't wanted to put into the budget yet, because we don't know what we're doing, how we're doing any of that. But I can foresee in my head that would still be necessary. With that being necessary and the numbers being better on the ending fund balance of what we're talking, I still see that in order to do the stuff you've been doing, you're gonna need some more. I hate the idea of taking money out of the new road for economic development, but at the same time, if we were to take an additional $1 million out of your budget, if you were to ask you to stay status quo plus, basically status quo plus whatever maintenance and stuff like that is, normal expansion, then I would expect that we'd probably have to take $1.1 million out of the new road for economic development to keep you whole. You'll still probably gain a little bit towards the end of the year if we did that. I also would expect that partway through the year, you'll probably come to us asking for a supplemental because of the money that would come in from the properties. Whether it's been this year or next year, because I think this is gonna be a situation we're gonna be dealing with for at least 2 years, if not 3. Looking at it that way, if we do it that way, then we have to try and help make sure that you can stay competitive and everything. That would mean out of the new fund for economic development, they're looking at probably 2 or 3 years of doing that. The 1 million will only be there for once, because we don't have other stuff coming after that, so we'd have to have for discussions. But wrapping it all up, again, I'm proud of everything you guys do. You're very good with the money. I think though, for myself, I could see you living within the budget you have this year, with the addition of maintenance, and taking $1 million, 1.1 out of the new road for economic development to keep you whole, as we potentially take $1 million, 1.080 for the patrol. I don't know if that's clear as mud, but I definitely, again, I don't see where we have to do a cut in your department. It's the opposite. We need to find a way to keep you where you're at with the addition of the new expenditures that are required.
One of the things that I had brought up with our budget is that wages go up about a little more than 3.5% a year. Our budget's 7.5, we're looking at a $250,000 increase every year. So when our tax, or the motor vehicle fuel tax and the property tax are staying flat, that 250,000 cuts into all of those budget items. So every 4 years, we're looking at $1 million and trying to figure out either operational efficiencies or other revenue sources.
But right now, we've been at an expansion of the bottom line anyway, receiving funds at the end. That's why we've taken it out and put it in the new roads for economic development. It's up to us if we decide to expand past that and spend more. So right now, because we're being in the county, I would recommend that we stay within what we have been doing, because we did expand this year and allowed for things. So if we stay within that budget, I think we'll be safe as a county, and I think we can offset it with some of the other monies to make sure that you don't go backwards. But again, that's just my opinion.
I'm sure we'll have more discussions as we get closer to finalizing the budget.
All right, well, I'm gonna do a time check. You wanted to have some nourishment before the 1 o'clock pack.
I think we need nourishment before the 1 o'clock pack.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna be going until
Right.
3:30
I have
or
no
so.
idea how long that's gonna last.
So we have the ER&R fund, and then we have solid waste and utilities. So just want to do maybe a preference. I think we can quickly hit all of them, like 5 minutes for each. But if there's one of those areas that you want to spend some more time on, commissioners, then perhaps.
Revolving fund 6.2, slight increase, okay.
Preference, want them to go through 5 minutes each?
Yeah, I'd just power through it. I don't need to eat, so.
I will get hangry.
Yeah, you need to eat for the PAC meeting,
Can we
PAC
just go ahead
workshop.
and slam it out, what do we got?
Go for it.
All right, so ER&R, in terms of policy level requests, pretty simple. You've already looked at the replacement schedule as part of the annual construction program, so I don't think there's any issue or question there. The main thing that we were talking about and met with Jen and Travis a bit prior was to reestablish a replacement portion within the budget. So it's basically taking our fund balance and saying there's a purpose to this fund balance. It's actually for helping to replace vehicles or equipment. And it's not just sitting there growing fat for no reason. It is for replacing our equipment. And so it's just simply that. We can provide laundry lists of what that equipment replacement looks like or not, but that's the gist of it.
But at the same time, I can tell you how you've done it already in the past. I don't know why you change it, you do incredible. I mean, I know myself as a commissioner, I couldn't ask for you to do it any different, so I'd rather you not change nothing. I'd rather you do what you do, you come in, you tell us what you need, and I already know that we've already, I think, the two of us have already learned that those days of going bloated to buy something or not looking at other options are gone. They don't happen anymore in your department. When you come to us with something, we pretty much believe that you've done the work and you're doing the best job you can for us, or you wouldn't have been asking for it. So I myself, I'm comfortable with what you do, and I would rather you keep doing it.
Procedurally, we would still be bringing forward our detailed list every year as part of the budget process. But where we think this is beneficial is in particular for the utilities. It's hard to pull $100,000 or $200,000 out of who knows where. If suddenly we've got an equipment failure. So to me, it's really important to have some, even if it's half of the reserve, and we still come up with the cash out of the budget elsewhere. And even, again, if we're ratcheting down on the road fund, same thing. There will come a point in time when it will be more difficult to just pull $500,000 out for equipment purchases. So to me, to our way of thinking, this is a nice way of at least kind of meeting halfway. So half of it will be in the ER&R reserve, basically, and the other half coming out of the road fund.
Well, one thing I know for a fact-
Procedurally, we'll still do the same thing.
Once you
come
create
to
a
you.
pocket, you'll spend out of it. That's just the way it always works in all government. There's no way around that. So you can do it either way, but I'm not gonna stand against it if you do it. But what you've been doing is excellent, and right now you already could get whatever you guys wanted, because
Well,
you
of
came to
course.
me and you said, matter of fact, I'm trying to think of any time we've said no, because we've already
Not
done these.
recently.
Yeah, done, it used to be, Pat, it used to be a regular occurrence to say no. There was a lot of different ones in the day. But we don't have any of those issues, so you can do it however you need to do it, as far as I'm concerned, but
Okay. All right.
Is that a yes to the 580,000 that they're asking for in equipment that I'm hearing?
again,
I would say, for me, nothing until,
and I would prefer no too, but I prefer they just tell me what they need, and do it. Because we'll expend it out of the year.
Well, the whole idea is the fund, that balance is growing, so we're just, the idea is just to take the top of it off. And you wouldn't do it every year unless you know that it's there.
Necessary.
And so, you know, if we wanna keep it at 5 million, we'll keep it at 5 million. If it grows above there, we've got equipment to replace and use it for that purpose. That's the simple process of what we're looking at, so. And it takes a little bit of heat off of road fund to come up with that dollar, so. And it is, that money is road fund money in there for replacement of vehicles anyway. We're just paying a higher maintenance operation rate, and that's why the stuff that's growing, plus the interest that comes with the investments and stuff. And so that all kind of grows, and if we can pick up a few equipment like that, that's makes it all simple.
Well, I'm sure you've noticed I've never touched that fund because, I never asked for it, because I learned my lesson before I got here. The other commissioners before me did.
Yeah.
And that's how we ended up separating everything out and ended up with support services and everything else. I had nothing to do with that money except for what you come and ask for to put, to spend it on equipment for your guys' department.
That's it.
What was your other one that you had?
the other one is waste.
So solid waste. We have 2 policy level requests for solid waste. And the first is 920,000 in minor facility improvements. Doesn't sound so minor, but it's a variety of improvements in there. And most of those were in the approved and adopted 2025 budget. And we've only made some headway.
Some headway, yeah, very little.
Yeah, on those, and so it's a request to roll that over. So the revenue is there, the expenditure request, we're requesting to get reauthorized, basically, to expend for those facility
You're fat
improvements.
in that one.
Yeah,
I have no problem with any of that.
yeah. And then there is a $339,200 equipment replacement request as well.
I'm supportive.
So, how about Commissioner Carswell and Commissioner Trask?
I'm holding off until, as we get closer.
Yeah, I'm not tracking that one yet. I'm still trying to find it. Where we're at.
Just clarifying, the solid waste, you got over 5 million? Is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah, and this is one that with the
That's another one that keeps
annual
growing.
CPIU.
They have some facility upgrades that
Yeah.
they're trying to plan to get.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've been waiting.
That are
I
needed.
want
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
that scale for that stuff, so.
Yep.
The scales being
Yeah.
worked on and.
No, I want
Yeah,
one.
but he
this
wants
is-
one in Belfast.
Oh,
Yes.
a Belfair
So they can compete with
facility.
Bremerton.
Yes.
And take some of the same people.
Okay. Anything else on solid waste?
No,
Commissioner Tarswell, find that lovely one?
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, so the facility improvements are largely, the outer station. So improving those, and we began with some
Combination
permit
of-
work and,
Yeah, the combination of the outer stations, there's the covers for where the boxes are and also where the booth attendant would be. So it's a definite combination of things. Not always the same at all three stations either.
yeah. And then the
We've
truck,
done some, right?
What's that?
On some of the booths.
Yes, all the booths need to be
Yeah, we've done,
replaced.
didn't we do a little bit on one of them? I mean, very small, it's like a
Yes.
very small amount.
yeah.
Very
on
small,
eels.
yeah, Belfair got like re-sided and repainted and stuff like that, and
Hood
the
sport,
vermin
Belfair, that's
removed.
Hood sport as well,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sport is, got repainted.
yeah, but
Lovely
basically,
shade green.
we want to do wastewater improvements, new facilities. Yeah. All right, and then the water and sewer utility budget requests, I think, I'm hoping we've covered this enough in our rate discussions that you've got a good grasp, commissioners, of what it is that we're looking to do. And so there are policy level requests for each of the utilities, and if you've got any questions about any of those. The biggest is Russellwood, as always, that we're requesting additional funds for Russellwood and still taking a look at what's REIT eligible that we can utilize those funds for, but it's fairly limited.
Do you have any, are you looking at any water plans or anything like that? We've had talks about expanding the territory around it. Have you had anything on that? And if you have, is there any type of cost that you have looked at? Because that cost could maybe come out of 09 or something else.
Yeah, so right now, Richard's been working with our consultant and the State Department of Health for water system plan updates.
Yep.
Primarily for Beards Cove, but we've also been discussing Russellwood as well.
Yeah, exactly. Had that conversation as well, as figure out what can that support.
And so if commissioners are interested in an expanded service area for Russellwood, we need to talk a little bit further about that, because there are things that would need to, I think our limiting factor there is that we've got no sewer. So to have that density, if you were to expand the area, we would not have the sewer capacity or the ability probably to expand the outfall discharge at that facility. So that'll be our tough hurdle there. And then, of course, rezoning and changing the area and all
Well, it's a
those
long
good
process
things.
to get out of this
Mhm.
hellhole.
Yeah,
It's gonna take a process,
yep, yeah,
or else we would have already done it.
yep, yes,
It was easy.
yeah. So, any questions about the utility proposals, or, okay?
Not yet.
All right. I think that is it, unless you've got questions.
Not yet.
Not yet. Just
Sure they will.
making sausage, right?
Yeah.
Just taking it all in and then making sausage.
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you,
I'll grab
Commissioners.
some food before the next
Yeah.
meeting. Right.
Okay, call to order the Planning Advisory Commission Joint Special Meeting with the Board of County Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Jeff Perry.
Here?
Randy Lewis.
Here.
Isaiah Johnston.
Here.
And I do not see Aaron Bell at this time.
Okay, so as I understand, it's a workshop, so technically speaking, you don't have to have a quorum at this point. Addressing the agenda, a couple things. One is I'd like to, the board to consider adding public comment to the agenda, as well as a couple questions. Do we have any so this is not a meeting, so we don't have minutes from, okay. And in past meetings, the staff has always had a report. Will the staff have a report in this meeting?
Not for your joint, not for your joint
Okay.
discussion.
Okay. So, either you or Annie, well, we don't have enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So just add it?
Yeah, there you go, okay, fine. I'm not used to that method, I'm used to approval.
Maybe give him 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so moving on to, we'll just put it after the beginning of the work session. Okay, so conflicts of interest. On this item, I have none. Randy? None. Okay. Moving on, the work session. I'm gonna play a little loose with public comment because I know one party called and said they'll be in, but they're sitting in traffic backed up on Highway 3. So they get this, they're 3 miles out and get no way to, once you're on Highway 3 at certain points. So, okay, so moving along, the 2025 comprehensive plan, joint discussion with the board, county commissioners, with the PAC on recommendations and concerns. I probably are the one that has the most concerns, judging by the last meeting. Would you concur, Randy?
That would make sense. I think you did a nice job last time. We'll go through the many page list and we got a lot of that resolved, so.
Right.
Kudos.
Okay, background. Somebody wants in. I just have to let them go. I'm still a flipper. I got all the computers I want around my desk. So, anyway, okay, moving right along. With this, as you know, it's been.
Are you gonna public comment first or after?
I'm gonna probably have it after, being that anybody in Zoom?
Yep, there you go. William?
Where?
Down the bottom, he just
Oh.
unmuted.
It is, William Spoon? Okay. Okay, William Spoon, are you there? I think that's Mr. Harris, if I remember correctly.
Okay, we got 2 unmuted. Is there anybody on Zoom that wants to do a 2-minute discussion or comment?
And what are we commenting on?
Basically, the comprehensive plan and recommendations made by the PAC in our last meeting.
I'll just keep listening for a while.
Thank you. Okay, hearing none from Zoom, any in the general room at this point? Okay, hearing none, we'll move forward. Okay, so as you know, the PAC voted to recommend approval, and I was the sole party that said I have some serious reservations about things.
Probably couldn't get you up here.
We're not gonna be able to do
It's up to you.
I'm gonna have to let it go. Hopefully it'll arrive and we can have it at some point here. What was complications? But anyway, so the back make the recommendation to approve. The reservations were, in particular,
He's good.
okay, the reservations were dealing particularly, well, let me put it this way. There was no disagreement on chapters 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8. No disagreement at all. I mean, there's ways to improve it, but.
But you're comfortable with 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8?
Right. So let's start with where we agreed on. Like most of the chapters, most of what we agree we can work with. But where we ran into some issues is basically dealing with the fact that in chapters 3 and 4 particularly, and 9 interrelated to it, which is basically land use on chapter 3, capital housing on chapter 4, and capital facilities, finance and utilities on chapter 9. There's where it became an issue. Originally, ECHO started to make the motion that we're gonna approve all the things we went through that night. And then Randy changed it, Lewis changed it in the process, and it became adopting the whole thing. So, you know, my inclination is that it needs to either go through a rescinding and a readdressing process, but we can address that at another point. You need to hear the reasons before we even address that item. So dealing with chapter 3, we have inconsistent data between it. It's not reconciled between 3, 4, and 9, meaning your land use and your housing and your capital facilities and all that are intertwined as far as what drives what and what, you know, what makes one or the other happen. And I'll acknowledge that ECHO got into the meeting a few minutes later. Thanks for making. So basically, where I'm having concern is that these numbers form the decision on what directions we go as a county. And the problem is that I know Public Works is working on a plan with sewer and what have you, but I've always asked, forgetting, you know, what a plan's many pages, big document, what have you. What I've always asked for is, let's just get to an executive summary of where we are, what we need, and what's coming down the pike. And in short, and I say we, that's the county, all of us, don't have a plan or an executive summary that says where this is gonna happen. As an example, if you look at the population allocations and housing allocations within this plan so far, it's not on anybody's burner, you know, on the hot plate, ready to go or do anything about with respect to, like, say, North Bay Case Inlet. We're running at 75%. You talk about in the Belfair where you want to basically, you get to a certain number and you gotta start planning. We're not doing that. It's not even, how do I say it? We're gonna create a plan, we're not planning. We're gonna, if we hold these numbers and if these numbers happen with these UGAs, and in particular Allen, you're gonna run out of capacity before you can do anything.
Can I ask you, so are you saying that, that the flaw that you're seeing is you're not comfortable with the plan because you believe that the plan you're gonna put together will be surpassed or possibly could be surpassed, therefore putting us out of compliance with comprehensive plan?
I'll sum it up in a little reading here this is from Department of Commerce. They have a guidebook for setting up, you know, dealing with capital facilities. And right off the beginning, like page 4 or 5 in the document, you know, they basically, and I'll read it, basically, okay, so, you know, per statute, a capital facilities plan must include the 5 key components. And again, I realize we're a smaller county. I don't expect this to gnat's eyebrow, but I do think you need to know when you're gonna plop down 500,000 here or $1 million there or whatever, you know, to do different things. We need an inventory of existing capital facilities. You know, Public Works is working on that. That's one item. And I'll forward this on
Oh.
to staff too,
Great.
so you don't have to
Thank you.
torture you guys.
My shorthand is not
No,
great.
I understand, mine gets very cryptic in a hurry, so one thing is what they call an inventory of existing facilities. Another part is forecasting of future needs. Okay, that's the we're kind of doing that, but through the population. We're kind of doing it through land allocation, but it's not tied in back to, capital facilities, and then eventually finances. Because all this comes down, bottom line to money in the end. People, the whole thing, it's just always, common denominator is gonna be funding, so. The next point they make is the proposed locations and capacities of expanding new capital facilities. The next point, okay, so we've done the 6-year plan, sort of, but as a side note, as an example, and I mentioned this at the last PAC meeting, the PAC had recommended approval of the 2026 SIP. Okay? Okay, I did not, but I wasn't here, that's another story, fine. But I can ride with the fact that the PAC voted for it, I was out, fine. But moving along, it's like, basically, there's no tie to the 6 years. So for example, you create a budget. In your budget, it's different than your capital facilities for 2026. I mean, there's two big chunks different than there was in the capital facilities plan for case, and this is dealing with North Bay Case Inlet sewer system.
Clarify that for me, you want to tie the comprehensive plan with the budgeting?
Well, I'm saying, maybe that's the wrong thing to say, but what I'm saying is, as an example, the statement where you need the 6-year plan. We make a CIP, and the first thing we do, we haven't even adopted it yet, and I get it, things change. I'm not against things being adjusted or changed, but then we need to document it and move forward. That's what I'm.
Okay.
In other words, I'm not against any of these things, you can argue whether it's needed now, later, whenever. But what I'm trying to say is, if you agree that we're gonna do this, and you don't, then there needs to be a reason.
That makes sense, I follow you.
It makes sense.
Because
I follow you.
Because it's definitely not the way it was, they just sequentially didn't happen in sequence, so.
Gotcha.
The requirement this is the one area that I get concerned about, because they being Commerce, puts in their document as part of the statute, and it's in the RCW too, that there's a requirement to reassess land use. Okay, we, the county, have never done that. And the reassessment goes like this: reassess land use element if probable funding falls short to meet the existing needs. And the county's never done that. It's never hit it, it's never. So what I'm getting at is, I'm not for trying to change maps or what, it's just that let's figure out which way we're going here. Because on the one hand, what that tells me is, and this also, the same comment comes up in the transportation element about matching. Or there's another word they use, was it concurrency. That they need to match, and it's up to the board to whether they can approve funding, and they make that recommendation in the transportation. But it's just not, we're not syncing up, and so it's like, technically you ask yourself, okay, fine, we're doing this for Shelton UGA. There's no plan to bring sewer anywhere in the UGA of Shelton, other than the one down Shelton Springs Road. And that's a project that's not even funded. I mean, it's not even a quarter funded.
But on that, Jeff, does it have, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's all
Yeah, I was gonna say-
observation and opinion. I
And
mean,
for
you
those-
guys could tell me to go to hell and have that, that's no problem.
For those that don't know, I spent years on the planning commission too, so that's where a lot of this question come from. But so, are you thinking that if it's not in the plan being addressed that the urban growth area should be there? If you're not, I don't,
Well,
I wanna make sure
I'm-
I'm saying it right, that if there's not a plan to actually extend services, because the law says that you have to provide the plan for, but not actually provide at this point.
Not at this point, but obviously we've gone 20, 30 years with the UJ, and just, I mean, we gotta realize things. Part of my push is, from a citizen's point of view, our utilities have always been hard on our citizens. What I mean by that is that they've come in at one number and always been a lot more. And when you're younger, it's not that big a deal, you got time, you got this. But as you get in your 60s, you start creeping up on 70, you start thinking, well, I can see why, the older Americans, or, Mesa Countyites can, get frustrated because they see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Can you, because I'm trying to find answers, just how to get it, so.
Yeah.
Can you foresee the ability to do it in this manner? To actually have added into the plan, into the comp plan, that in this next phase of 10 years, that we will create planning documents that address that? Would that do it for you in the plan?
Well, first of all, I talked to, PAC, right, by
Yeah.
PAC, but.
Well, I'm just curious
Yeah.
about your opinion right now, because.
It's going in the right direction. I'm always a person that says, if we're going in the right direction, that's better than not moving at all. But we just, in this subsection, this one chapter, just dealing with the capital facilities and financing, we have to get things tied together. In other words, they're just not. I mean, one way between, roads, buildings. The comment was made when the last county administrator was here, Mark Nerney, that when it was broached, the subject was broached about employee increasing, that we're just gonna absorb them. Well, if we're gonna increase the population by 20% or whatever the number is, generally speaking, services and all that are gonna, it's rarely that counties grow slower than population percentage-wise. It's just the nature of government. So we understand that. But so when we say 20% more, we know something's going to happen with the sheriff's office. We know, more needs, more calls, more whatever, more for the school districts, more for the fire.
But in the comprehensive plan, is our staffing levels even part of that? Because I don't remember ever dealing with.
Well, okay, but I'm talking the capital facility. You're going to need space, is what I'm trying to say. I brought it to people.
Okay, so the capital facilities plan, because that's.
Yeah,
that's
in other words,
different.
for a certain number of bodies, you need, suppose you have standards for how much space, office, whatever, that you need for the particular, for bodies. Not the staff itself per se.
For the facility.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I can see how we can answer that one pretty quickly, just on that one. We have a facility in Belford that's currently being used at this amount of facility. Just to have it in the plan, it could be shown that it's possible for expansion over the many years, and that would get that one off of the.
Right.
It is,
Right.
I'm not just throwing that out there, that actually is a possibility. It actually could. It's there, it's in existence, it's already housing them now, but they are structured to use maybe a third of it.
Right.
But, that's just
No.
one, but would that suffice what you're?
It is a whole picture of things. So I'm saying, when we came up through, we, a year ago, or a year and a half ago, formed a subcommittee within the PAC to review. When we ground through that, and you had, at least two of you weren't on the board at the time, but had a summary of what we recommended. We're not making any progress towards that recommendation currently. That's a simple thing. And with certain blanks, so to speak, in knowing capacities and what have you, how do you know where you're going to be able to accept the population or not? Okay, so another area of land use, I went to capital facilities because these all are interrelated, is the problem.
Can you tell me what so, chapter 3 is capital facilities.
No, chapter 3 is land use. Chapter 4, no problem, I got it.
Okay.
Chapter 4
Chapter-
is housing, and chapter 9 is the capital facilities, financing, and utilities. But they're all very codependent on
And you
each
said
other.
tell me what 9 is again.
Capital facilities.
Okay.
It moved, it was something else before in the
Did you
past.
say, and?
Finance and utilities. We kind of merged them all
Okay,
three into
gotcha.
one.
So I told you my shorthand was,
Pardon me?
I told you my shorthand was less than acceptable.
You can always watch us in replay.
Good.
Okay, so there's a series, so what I'm getting at is this. So my hang up with capital facilities on top of everything else is, it's a statute. Okay? So when so I read up and say, okay, so if I don't do a statute, what does that mean? It means it's a misdemeanor. So we've never had, so what I'm trying to say is, I'm not comfortable approving something that doesn't have stuff together enough to really create a plan for capital facilities. And we really don't have a capital facilities plan. We have a list of things, an expense, whatever, we don't have a plan. There's a difference.
And we never have, just so you know. That was always one of the biggest flaws. Kevin will tell you that capital facilities plan, wouldn't get information, it was shy of a lot of stuff.
Right.
So it still is, obviously.
Right, and like I mentioned to Loretta and Public Works, that I'm not after alpha and omega of the data, what have you. I'm just, get it to a summary. And I know they're working on it, okay, currently. But that doesn't inform the plan. And to me, we're just not hitting it. And as long, the PAC can vote to approve it still. But with that big hunk in that, calling it a statute, looking at the statute and this issue about like reassessing, and we're just not doing it. And remember one other thing too, we can, even if we, like say we took something off the map, because it's in the UPAs, it can be addressed annually. It isn't like this is gone forever. But if we don't have a plan how we're gonna finance these different things, then why are we putting it on the plan?
Well, I want to point out that technically, even putting planning for it in there does technically address it.
Right.
If we were to
Yeah.
extend it to the point, and one thing I want to point out is the PAC does the recommendation, we pass.
Yeah.
With that being said, we could add, some of these things that you're saying, I don't think has to be as big of an issue. I think we can get past a few of them just by changing some of it ourselves. Yeah, by us putting in the idea that there will be, over the next 10 years, we will have a planning document created that will do this as an action that maybe takes care of. So these are just some of my ideas. I'm not telling you what, I'm just looking for
No, I get it.
ways to make it work.
Okay, and I'm not saying we would or would not. I'm just saying that we've gone, depending which way you look at it, either 20 or 30 years without it, and we're still not really any closer than we were when I first walked through the door.
Actually, I think we are, because if we just did that,
No,
that's
but
getting
I'm-
us closer.
When I'm saying that is when we're creating this plan.
Yeah.
Currently, not with any of the things you might be thinking at this moment in time. I'm just saying up to this point. Yeah, I mean, I know Public Works has got a system that they're working to put things in that would help them identify things. Yes, that's progress. But it's not the plan that tells you how we're going to be able to serve, right now at least, additional capacity in Allen. And and I'll just stop there with capital facilities. There are other nitty-gritty little things, and I don't want to get into the weeds. I mean, you can get any of these, you can get in the weeds really bad. I mean, just really. But big picture, that's the issue. And my view is that if you don't have your capital facilities figured out, you're going to struggle on all the rest. And my opinion also is the issues, the disagreements that we've had or seen for better, whatever reason, for welfare, are part of this issue that we don't plan and get these capital facilities figured out in the beginning. So all this, I've watched, I've seen, I can understand all three of your views and understand that, but it's like, I'm just laughing to myself as I'm watching it saying, hey, if we had just done this, we wouldn't be having this discussion. We'd maybe have something else, but at least we'd be way past where we are right now.
Right.
Okay, so moving along. It's under land use, and I'm trying to figure out how to bring this in. I don't want to make this confrontational between staff and the PAC, but to a degree, it's gotten there a little bit, at least with 2 past members and 1 present member, i.e. myself. That at best, we're having some disagreements, and that's fine, but there's starting to become a lack of trust. I'm told something, and then I go research it, and that's not the case. That doesn't make me feel confident about this. I'm not sure how you want to address that. All I'm just saying is, that's what I'm running into. That makes me nervous and edgy working this process. Because I would like to have, obviously trust the board, but I'll obviously trust the staff on this. And at times it's getting a little interesting, to put it mildly.
Do you have a list of things that you would like to, specific that you would like us to make sure are looked into? And I don't mean the person, I mean the actual issue itself, or an explanation document, a specific plan, a specific number, a specific...
Well, one thing, okay, I'll give an example, because I'm not sure how to facilitate what you're saying. But as an example, a comment is made about how we are going to do the projected allocation of housing within the UGAs. A couple of us just disagree with the approach. Okay, fine. We're told that this is the process. This is how planners do it. Okay, I come from a kind of a background that says, let me look into that a little bit. And so I looked into Thurston County with the UGA of Lacey. It's not how they do it. And what we're talking about there is, if you have a zone, take like the R2 zone of Allen, which is a residential but up to 10 dwellings per acre. Mainly created because of the plat of Allen was the reason it was created. It created that way because the plat was divided up that way. And it wasn't quite 10 per acre, but very close. In the plan, it says we have the capacity to put, 430 homes. Well, we have some of us on the PAC in the past have had this disagreement that, hey, if it's already used, we're not going to go just talk to people and reshuffle the whole deck. So, for example, if in the R4 zone, which is 1 to 4, if you only have 1 house on 4 acres and that's how it's being developed, are we going to force, to 4? And in Lacey, they discount what has been built. And when I say city, I don't mean city, but the county portion of the UGA for Lacey. They discount what has already been built and only look at the stuff that has not been developed in there.
So is the difference though force versus allow? Because if we were to, if I was going to the same issue.
I'd have a little problem with even allow, considering taking Lakeland Village. It has a zoning. I don't think first of all, there has to be some communication with Lakeland. I don't want to pretend to make decisions or, assume what they're thinking or what have you. But, they developed a golf course, they developed housing, and they laid out a plan. Well, when you look at what's in our plan right now, it looks like you can put a hell of a lot more houses in that zone. When maybe, depending on what it is, it might be 50 or maybe 100 more max in that zone.
But should we take it out if it's current? used current in one manner. But
It's
still-
projected, it's projected.
Yeah, but it could still be used in other, because I would, personally, I would like to have the projection show what it could be used for. If I had a 5-acre parcel and I was able to put one home per
No,
acre
no,
on
no,
it.
that's, but you're starting from nothing on it, right?
Yes, or not even one home. But I'd still be able to go through a rezone process to be able to build 4 homes on it, I would hope.
All I can say is, when I talk to people in that UGA, that's not what they want. I don't know about Anderson's with Lakeland Village per se, but generally speaking, what people have kind of want to hold it to what it is. Because that's how they bought into it, most of them, in most cases.
Yeah, but at the same time, I respect you.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think the world of it.
We've
So,
had,
yeah.
discussions.
We
We've
have
had-
major ones.
We'll go back to 2020.
But with that being said, I know for myself, I don't expect the planning commission or even us to go out and ask each one individually, and that could change tomorrow too. People that are on that piece of property that wants to build 5, does not want to build 5 homes, might want to build 5 homes, and it's just an allowed use. And so I would rather that be included in a plan to show that that's still possible. And again, that's just me.
We'd have to see it in text and see what that really means. All I can say is, at least when I talk to people in that plat of, and I don't mean the plat of Allen, but the plat of Lakeland, they're kind of picky about where they are, what they are. Again, I don't know what Anderson's full plan.
Well,
I mean,
I got no idea.
I mean, I've known what plans, I've seen some of the plans laid out beyond the divisions that are currently there, but those in no way match what's laid out as a projected, increase that you could have. And all I'm just saying is, it seems like it creates a false premise of what you could, I'm using a number, it's not the accurate number, but it's like, if you could only do really 100 homes, but it looks like you can do 1,000 homes, that gives in my opinion, wrong.
So are you saying because of the population, it's done by population and not by,
No, that one's done by acreage.
which one's done by acreage?
I was discussing this one portion within land use.
Oh, okay.
Is dealing about projected, development capacity.
And so in the comp plan, is that part of the language? I'm just trying to figure out where's that in the comp plan?
I mean, it's in ours right now.
Yeah, under land use. And is
Under
it-
land use, yes, under land use, as I recall.
I'm gonna have to,
So, one of the tables.
okay.
Does this also mean, to use your example, we may build 100 homes, but it's saying we could build 1,000, we need to make capacity in our
Right.
sewer and water for the 1,000?
Right. So, for example, as a developer, doing some small developing myself and helping others, when we, as developers, put in infrastructure, we have to size it as potential what's gonna come in through that,
Right.
that method, either water, sewer, whatever. Well, if you say the capacity is 1,000, but really you can only do 100 more, it's totally different than what you're gonna do as far as, and you're just gonna make, part of this whole damn thing is you're trying to lower the cost of housing, and almost everything that's out there, nothing we're doing is lowering the cost of housing.
Nothing.
Between the buyers and sellers, between regs, between
Building.
materials,
Everything.
labor,
Mhm.
so. And so I don't feel that we should add to it, we shouldn't put a 12-inch main when we only need an 8 in a neighborhood, as an example. I mean, because it's a significant cost difference.
And the ability to fill it.
Pardon me?
And the ability to fill it. You
Right.
can't have that larger pipe.
Well, I'm taking the water side,
Yeah.
but you can do the water side, but
so.
but I know where you're going.
Yeah.
But obviously there's issues with the sewer side too, and it's just, again, these are all interlaced, and my concern is we're approving something that really doesn't fit the county. Don't get me wrong, whatever the PAC votes for, I understand how these committees work. I can totally be against what's happening, but if the members vote, and it is what it is. And I'm not gonna come back and backstab the process. I'm just not wired that way.
I've seen you for years, he doesn't, I've watched him be attacked by a whole room, and then him go along with it in the end, even though he turned out to be right later on.
Right, yeah. History will tell, and, we'll move with that, so.
So it's actually two parts though, so you're looking at the land use, you're looking for the change internally, but you also wanna make sure, as Pat was saying, that it's connected to the utility aspect of
Right.
it too.
And that's why you said chapters 3, 4, and
Yeah.
9
Yeah.
don't tie together.
Oh, very much.
Okay.
So it's like, to me, it's like you can't pass one without the other two. Just, you can't. This is my opinion.
Well, it's gonna be interesting for me when I read this, because I'll be looking through those eyes, I'm sure the commissioners will as well, trying to see how best to do it. Now, it's not uncommon, it's not that it hasn't happened where the commission have looked at things and sent it back for review again. It's happened before. So we'll see how this all plans out.
Right.
But no, I appreciate everything you're saying, and I do follow you. I'm curious to see when I break it down myself what that's gonna look like, but.
So I guess what I'm trying to say in so many words is, our plan's not there yet. Yet we passed it. And I'm not holding anything against Isaiah or any of the other members, other than, saying, these are my concerns, fine, if, in the end, we're advising, okay? So, that's all, so you gals can say, this is what we're gonna do, and it can be totally different. I'll complain, but in the end, it is what it is, I get it. So I'm not trying to step on your authority or what have you, but.
I didn't take it that way.
But at the same time, I'm saying, a couple members and myself get the feeling that the push on this comp plan is just to get it adopted so we can keep the funding, keep the different things going. Well, really, this is really for the citizens of Mason County and the businesses of Mason County. And so we know what's happening, what the public knows what's coming down. Because take the SEDS list from EDC. There's things in there that don't seem to be matching up, again, in the capital facilities. Now, part of it's, you got this problem of the city and what have you. But that's another point. There are 5 different areas we have not seen yet we've approved the plan. One's what Shelton did. One's this thing on Allen's plan. One's the tribes are gonna be commenting. I've raised this issue, we've never resolved it. Okay, how are we going to interface this with the Belfair 2022 EIS? It doesn't reconcile. I'm even comfortable with somebody writing a statement that says, we don't give a crap, this is what it is, and da-da-da-da. But let's put it down and say why we made the decision, why we made it. That's, how much I give and take, at least personally. I don't know about other members, but that's how much give and take I would have. Staff has educated me, okay, moving to another subject, land use. There's a major section called wildfires, wildlands. Staff's educated us why that isn't being brought in. And that's fine, but then all of a sudden I see PUD 3 coming in with a report, and it's like, okay, well, let's at least pull that in to start the building of our land use on the wildfire side of the issue. Because they're addressing it, because of their power poles and what have you.
Right.
And there's a line and a provision in it to do it?
No, there's nothing in our plan.
No, in.
Does it call for it?
Mm-hmm. Statute. But I can have staff better explain it than I can why we're not doing it at this moment. But I think there should be still a line or two in there that says why we're not doing it, because we're, because of this, this, and this. But
Well, that also helps to protect you. You guys have done all the work. If you feel
well,
there's a.
and I'm also, it doesn't do me any good to make recommendations where your county's gonna get sued.
Yeah, no, I got you. You know, I can see the risk. That's gonna be up to us to try to figure a way to mitigate that risk,
But again, there's,
because we don't wanna leave you in risk.
yeah, it's all out there, so, okay. Okay, so let me get back to my notes here. Things move along, and we get down to subject, and then it's like, okay, so that's facilities. Okay, another area is, I'm not comfortable with how we're working the comments side. What I mean by that is twofold. The PAC created a list of comments, you know, where we were concerned. Okay, there's like 240 of them roughly, or 239 or something like that. Those didn't, in the first meeting, in the September 15th meeting, we never got to them. In the next meeting, it got consolidated down to 37. You know, staff consolidated. Some did actually merge together, some did not. But my concern is that, okay, at least the PAC is getting to some of them, some of their comments, okay, and what have you. But some PAC members have sent stuff in that's not getting out to these meetings, one. Two, how are we gonna justify the whole thing if the PAC creates these comments and the public creates comments and we don't get all the public comments addressed? How does the board see us addressing those? In other words, you know, like you had this thing on the short-term rentals where you got a whole bunch of comments. It's the first time I've seen it where the county put them all together and I mean, it's a big pile. But what I'm saying is, like you have MCCJ or whatever, they've made a lot of comments. Now, philosophically, I may not agree with a number of them, but I think it's the PAC's, you know, role that they got to at least deliberate, work through the process, grind through it.
On that note, I'm not sure that that's what I would see as the PAC's role. What I would see as the PAC's role would be to read each of those.
Yes.
But not necessarily battle out amongst you guys, as long as they take the information, because the battle becomes over the overall issues and what you wanna do. They can pick an issue out that they want to argue
Then there
about.
needs to be clarification.
Yeah.
Either
Then we should clarify that, because if you, I don't know how you could get through it if every single person that commented, you had to answer it, you had to answer it.
No, but I'm saying, in effect, you're doing that with short-term rentals by the fact you put all the comments there and it forms the process.
Yeah.
At least, see there, at least you have a summary of all of them together, whereas in ours, yeah, we'll have a summary of the PACs, but not, you know.
Not of the public
Right.
comments.
I mean, they provide, the staff's providing those, don't get me wrong on that, but it's because they're using the document or they're doing whatever and presenting their data.
So what would that look like to fix it?
Well, to me, it's just the same thing we did like with the short-term rentals.
Have all the comments.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're getting ready to vote on something, make sure that all the comments on that issue are all in one
Right.
packet for everybody to go over, and then they can
Yeah.
bring forward, like I said, how they want or
Sure.
don't want. That seems like a low-hanging
Topic
fruit.
one.
Yeah, that seems like a low-hanging
I
fruit to me.
understand, but these are things that are.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that everything's a problem, but it is indirectly. So. Okay, so I mentioned the fact that, you know, there are a number of things coming our way for the approval of this. Like we have not seen the city of Shelton's, even at least at a summary level, or an outline level.
We have to have that.
And yet we're approving the plan, and so I see.
We're not approving the plan.
No, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're approving, recommending,
Yes.
that's.
Yeah. Well, just legally, I always have to
No,
make sure
no,
that's
I
good.
get it. I can appreciate that. I appreciate.
Can I speak for a second?
Yes, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, as far as the city goes, if I had to do it over again, I would have been more involved in what they're doing. I did go to they did have a meeting last week that I attended. And I think it'd be useful to, like Randy was saying, get copies of it, do comparisons, make sure they're consistent with each other. And like Jeff says, we still have some issues. Our own plan is maybe internally not consistent all the way through, but I personally think that would be useful. And I'm going to talk to some city folks about getting information.
Hey, thank you, Randy. And always, you know, I say or echo, chime in, you know, I mean, I realize I was the one addressing reservations, but I mean, if there's things that.
I do understand your concerns a lot better now, sitting down in this setting and seeing them all laid out like that. I do understand where you're coming from much better now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem,
No, that's good.
in a meeting,
Yeah.
you're kinda like, bang, here's, I'd say the problem is, you don't have the history with me, where I'm coming from, and I'm not giving the whole spiel of where things come from, so I can understand that, and I accept that. But we're getting further and further off, and that's why we call this meeting.
Great, great, no, this is great. Staff, can you guys tell me when the city's plan is also due at the end of the year, right? So they're due on the same time? That's inconvenient. That makes it a little bit more difficult too. Too bad the city didn't,
Well, I
the
know-
state timelines.
Like Randy Lewis was saying, that they had this meeting last week, the 14th, and they're, you know, I hear all the similar words, and they're getting their update from SCJ and their planning director, and you can, you know, they're taking it all in, but there's no decisions yet on that. And I don't know about the other members, again, there's no such thing as a perfect plan. I understand it's a moving target, you know, all that kind of thing. But if we don't do it at all, I have a problem. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
You know, and we have not, at least with the city. And, you know, as I understand, the tribes are commenting too at some point.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
See, and that's.
And we'll be taking comments from everybody too.
I know.
So, yeah.
And again, if there's roles that you don't want the PAC to be in, then we need to get that known up front.
Yeah.
Because for better or worse, things that, you know, previous chair, Mr. Harris was in, when I look back over the PAC meetings of the last 25 years, it's rare that anybody's gone to the other meetings and sat and tortured themselves through hearing their plans, their goals, their objectives, both with parties that philosophically disagree with certain parts of the plan, and yet that's been done. And so, you know, anyway.
Which I think is great. I'm glad that happened.
Okay, so we have that side of the issue.
If I could speak while Jeff is
Yeah.
looking, is that okay, Jeff?
That'd be great. Thanks.
And I blame myself a little. Maybe the board is the ultimate deciders. And Randy mentioned it. What is our role? In my point of view, and you can debate me if you want, but in my point of view, this is not a quantitative document. This is an aspirational document. What do we want to be? What do we want our county to look like in 10, 20 years? You could go through the weeds on the numbers, but if I were to do this as a financial quantitative plan, you got maybe 1% of it in there. I'm not sure that's what our role is. So, but I think this meeting is very useful because Jeff has more, I thought it was useful to get the VOCC involved, and whatever concerns we have, put it in front of them. They're the ultimate deciders. And I think it would be useful if Jeff or me, or I do have some concerns, I'll probably email out. Document what your issues are. And then we can work on how to fix it, how to reconcile things, whatever. That's all I have to say for now, sir.
We, the commission, have to take some responsibility on this, because we get so used to doing our job all the time, we forget. We used to, every 2 years or so, we would meet with the PACs and we'd go over it, and they'd ask us questions, what do you think our role is? You know, and one of the roles that I would explain is what your role isn't. You know, I would try to explain to people that, you're not there to make the decisions, you're there to make sure that the law is followed. That's a big difference, because I'm sure a lot of people don't want houses in this area. But if the law allows for it, and the code allows for it, we have to allow for it. That's what that's for. When you're making a recommendation that's on zoning, you can't go off of what you want, you have to go off of what the law says and what it allows, because that person's entitled to that. But we haven't done that in several years, and then we've had turnover, so, yeah, that's, so we need to take some of that responsibility and apologize for that, because we should have. We just get caught up in our stuff just like everybody else, so please accept my apology on that. But this is a good thing, and I think we should do this more often, and I think we should have a meeting where you're asking us, what do you think our role is, what do you think we should be doing? It's just that you've been in the biggest part of everything that it takes to be in the planning commission, is what you're doing right now. This is the biggest, most important role right now, even more than zoning and everything else.
Right.
Because we do all rely on it. I wanna make clear though, I've said this before, if it does not get done in time, as they prescribe it as time, that does not mean we don't get our grants. What happens is, we did that before, we slow rolled during the time when they were having the water issues, and we slow rolled for 1.5 years before they gave us a letter saying that if we don't, then we could lose our grants. So there's time in order to do it right, but one thing we have to keep in mind is, can you imagine the weight on staff on that, because they have to live this too, and there's a lot of stuff they have to do, so we try to streamline that for everybody too.
You're right, I kinda have a mixed feeling there. As a volunteer.
Yeah, I get it.
And I volunteer a lot of different things.
Yeah.
You know, I just say, well, let's suck it up.
Yeah.
If I can do it,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it has to get done, it should be done right.
Another point is chapter 8, which is the, chapter 6. I'm sorry, it's chapter 6, the transportation. TIPCAP, at least the chair's telling, and at least I saw a document that says they have not approved that yet, that draft. They had updates to it.
I wanna say that came before us.
I don't know, I'm just saying, it came to us, and I'm being told that, and looking at documents is saying.
TIPCAP doesn't have authority to approve or even recommend on the transportation element. They did get a copy of it.
No, I bet
They have not
their
reviewed their
transportation plan, not your part of it.
Got it.
They reviewed the first draft, they have not reviewed the revision.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So
We just,
don't have it yet.
yeah, so I mean, again, we're approving the plan, you know, if you read the minutes, it looks, or we went to the minutes, it looks like we're approving, you know, all the things, but and I mean, the PAC, that's my recollection, really never discussed anything within the transportation at this point, even when, we were presented to it last meeting, but we never got to it, we were basically grinding it out with the 37 different points that, you know, from earlier meetings.
So chapter 6 was not agreed on either?
Which is the transportation.
But that was not one of the chapters.
You're
that
right,
was-
but I didn't mention that at the beginning,
Okay.
because that was not, we were talking about the interlacing, but I moved on to, and I said
But
8, but I meant
In order
6.
for you to agree on it, you gotta have it.
Yeah.
If I can, the PAC did not vote to adopt the plan as it currently exists. What I remember is we voted to pass it on to the commissioners with further concerns. and discussions with the commissioners, thus the meeting tonight, and I'm happy to hear Randy say, I think we do need more meetings. I think that would be very useful. As far as our role, one thing, and maybe I'm the only guy that thinks this, but I've heard comments like, oh, let's throw this out of the comp plan, I can't afford it. No. If you want to throw something out, it should be on the merits of what the thing is. It's not our job to decide going forward what's affordable, what's not affordable. That's up to the Board of Commissioners. They're the ones that have to set priorities and budgets and all that sort of thing. So if you want to throw it out, I would vote not to unless you can based on the merits of the thing itself. It does not belong there.
Well, in my opinion.
There's some disagreement there. But.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is a plan. It's not the 10 Commandments, so it's not set in stone. And so.
It's got 11.
Right, it's not the 11th commandment. So it's a plan. And how many times have you planned out your life and then bam, something pops in and you have to change that plan. So for me, it's a plan, it's a guideline, it's something that we would like to implement and make work, but it doesn't mean that there aren't things that happen that force us to not do it.
But we have, especially with the UJAs, we have the capacity annually to amend.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not.
Well, I'm the guy that's afraid of that, though, because when you do, it's also open for being objected to and stuff, and that's what I worry about.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, and I don't disagree with it. So anyway.
But as the commissioner was saying, there's a lot of validity, and I agree with her on that, but at the same time, we also have to make sure that everything's in it grander than what we can do, because by law, if it's not in the comprehensive plan, we cannot do it.
Right.
So we may not be able to attain it, but we should aspire to attain it. We should aspire to have a plan that we can actually do.
Right.
But sometimes you do add more into it so that it can be aspired to accomplish, because absent of that, we could lose in court immediately if it's not in the.
It's a plan.
Yeah.
I'm guarded on that only because you just have to look at, whether we like it or not, finances is a piece.
Yep.
And we can make or break a community depending on what's happening. That's my concern.
Mm-hmm. What's that city that just got filed for bankruptcy? I don't know.
I think one of ours.
Just because it's in the comp plan doesn't mean you have to do it. That'll be to the Board of Commissioners later. They're not gonna bankrupt the county by doing something that was aspired to in the comp plan, the county afford at that time.
Right.
The thing is, we don't know now, for example, what technology advances will do to help us in things we aspire to. For example, housing. I don't know if it's true or not. I saw something on Facebook the other day. Apparently Elon Musk or whoever has created some kind of a living unit with everything in it. And they claim it's $8,000. So there may be things we can do. Again, I just think this is an aspirational. Don't everyone has shelter, all the other nice things that we want to do, but I wouldn't. This is not a proper financial projection document. It's an aspirational document, in my opinion. If you want to be a proper financial document, projections, you're gonna have to put a lot more into it. I don't think that's the role of the PAC either.
But Randy, it is both. We have to do the best we can to make them meld together. But yet, you're correct. But at the same time, we have to try to make them meld together if we can.
And I.
We have to.
Go ahead.
No, you're right. Any projection is gonna be wrong. But we have to put something in there because that gives you a basis for planning.
You know, the worst part, I can't argue with that. Quite often, they sure do.
But if we're going to do this, let's at least make all of them sync up, so it's wrong across the board.
Or right across the board.
Right. Another area is, in the housing policies that we came across that, again, wasn't really gone into, but, there's a definition for essential public facilities. And we really never got into the discussion. If I did, then I apologize in advance, but, the public housing issue. And so right now in the policies under housing, it's gradually, in my mind, creeping in that it's now becoming an essential public facility. And I'm a little concerned, you start, first of all, there's all kinds of guidelines for doing essential public facilities. And if we start pulling it into housing, which has not been to date, which is starting to creep in that way with current policies, I see that to be, first of all, it's not an essential public facility unless the state wants to change the definition.
You know how I'm about stuff, can I read that for a second?
Sure, sure. It's middle of one's brain.
Yeah, I'll have to read that to the whole thing real quick.
And is that one of the Commerce guidelines? Or
I
is
don't
it-
know
or
now,
is it
I have no,
something that
I'm
was
speaking
added
as an opinion.
in?
I don't know, I'm just saying, that
Okay.
it's not been to this point. We didn't really get into that discussion, if we did, I missed it somehow.
Mhm.
But, it's getting in an area that I'm not sure the county wants to get into.
Well, it's not an area I want to.
I was gonna say that, the thing with that is, your group, if you decide though that that's what you're going to do,
No, I
that's
get
what
it.
comes to us. But it's up to us to say that isn't going to, or it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's, sometimes the groups will do things completely different than what we.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or sometimes they'll listen to us and they shouldn't have. But and this is, what am I reading?
Policies,
From?
the draft of the housing element.
Thank you.
And is that from Commerce?
No, that's from us. Staff and us.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
So, in a nutshell, I mean, there's lots of nitty-gritty deals here beyond this, but you get the general idea of why I'm saying what I'm saying, in my concerns and how we pass one thing, but we really don't have a plan yet. And again, it just, to me, it's a consistency across the board. It just, and then the impacts, if we don't get it nailed down, like you mentioned earlier, is that if we end up having, because of one spec being that it's this much, and you have to size for this, when in reality, you should only have been sizing for that, you're driving up costs again. And, I mean, and believe me, there's lots of things I disagree, but the PAC passed it, and that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's not great, but it is what it is. And that's, just the nature of it. What else? I know I had a public comment. I know Mr. Harris wanted to give his 2-3 minute spiel about, from his view of things, and, regarding the plan. And since we weren't able to cover that, I'd like to at least bring that in if you're
You're the
acceptable.
chair.
That's acceptable.
He's the chair.
Please.
My apologies for being late. It's currently a 75-minute drive from Allen. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, okay. Good afternoon. I'm Will Harris. I live in Allen. I request you, the PAC, reopen and reverse the decision to recommend the comprehensive plan for approval to the BOCC. In reviewing your decision, you should first and foremost insist the Community Development Department release the statements made by PAC members Jeff Carey and myself on 3 and 17 September. These statements have been willfully withheld from PAC members to influence a positive comp plan recommendation. The statements point to clear and obvious gaps and weaknesses in the comp plan. As evidence of this belief, at the September 15th meeting, the staff committed to delivering my 3 September statement to PAC members. This has not yet occurred. Be mindful, this very meeting here, the PAC and the BOCC was specifically requested by the PAC chair, by myself, at the 15 September meeting, per the draft comp plan. Section 1.1 states, quote, "The Planning Advisory Commission, in an advisory role to the BOCC, is responsible for reviewing and presenting the updated draft of the comprehensive plan to the BOCC and public," end quote. This request was flatly denied by the Director of Community Development. It was simply not going to happen. However, after pressuring my resignation under duress, Mr. Wilkerson's resignation in disgust on September 29th, the director was open to this meeting. Is this because the director now believes the PAC is more controllable by the Community Development Department? I respect each of you who voted for the approval of the draft plan. However, I also note that the comp plan has been a very intensive 20-month process. Being assigned to the PAC midstream in this process, much less 3 months before the decision times, makes it very challenging to make even if all information is available, which it was not. The resignation of 2 PAC members under sorrowful conditions should send a clear signal that this is not ready for approval. PAC members, do the right thing for our county and our commissioners by rescinding your previous decision. Recommend that at a minimum, that objectively we update land availability for housing, the electrical, water, and sewer services, and transportation considerations for the 3 urban growth areas. We have problems, and people deserve transparency and to know that land availability and service capacity, specifically in the Allen UGA, will very likely limit growth. This will further increase home prices, exacerbate the housing issue. I am hopeful the BOCC considers and questions the poor quality and the incompleteness of the draft comp plan. PAC members, I wish you the very best, because you're going to need it.
Can I see that, Will?
You can have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything that I've missed on the Zoom world, which is the public comment, since we're right there right now?
Does that mean I can't comment on
You can talk anytime. Hold on 1 second, just 1 second. I want to make sure nobody else raises their hand, so.
Sure.
Is there anyone else?
I don't see anybody. Go ahead, Brandon.
First of all, if anyone's observed me in the past few years, I'm not controllable. That isn't gonna happen. I've had disagreements with staff. And the other point is, I'm not sure why we need to rescind things. We did not vote to adopt the current plan. That's why we're having this meeting, to get it in front of the BOCC and discuss whatever deficiencies they are, whatever fixes there are. And again, I think it'd be useful if those of us who have concerns document them, so we have a basis to fix whatever we feel is wrong. And I do agree that whatever, to the extent whatever numbers we have in the comp plan, they should be internally consistent, which I'm intending to look at.
Okay, thank you. Isaiah, anything?
From my recollection, we did recommend
That's what I thought.
approval with notations.
Right.
To look at these particular items.
And it'll help if we get the minutes at some point.
Not approved yet.
No, I know, I get it.
So, yeah, I think that's the thing though, is we did recommend the approval with those specific things. I guess what you need to look at is whether we need to have, because we asked them to review those items.
Right, sure.
So if we would like to rescind it and have it be collaborative again.
Right. It's up, as chair, I can only present the items to you.
Well, you don't have a quorum, do you?
Yeah, and we don't have,
Yeah.
well, we have quorum now.
Okay.
But as far as a workshop, we can't, right?
Workshop's a workshop, and typically there's no action.
Action.
Yeah, but is this a workshop for you or a special meeting?
It's a special meeting and a workshop.
So there you go.
Something to add, I don't know that you have to, anyway, cause I heard, and I think we're all hearing it anyway, and that's what we're doing now, is collaboratively looking at it. I have some things that I have heard, I wanna see if this is what everybody else is hearing as well. Inventory of our facilities is needed, a better inventory of it, but more than that, we also need to include it in that inventory, future growth and planning for inventory of our facilities to go with population and our growth. The interesting thing is if that's accurate, that is what we always tried to do with the comprehensive plan
Right.
for the facilities. But because the lackluster participation, that may have always been a problem, but maybe the commission, if that is an issue, maybe the commission can help to weigh in to make sure that we get some of that stuff. Tie in the 6-year plan and to include explanations. Okay, that's something I think that this is my opinion, I'm not speaking for the commission. I think we can help to facilitate those types of things. Sync up the plan with recognition of the different plans for each other. This is an opinion. It is, in my opinion, an aspirational document, partially. You have to still have the best information that you can. You need to get as accurate as you can data to make your decisions off of, because you're still trying to do the very best you can. And if you can't get enough information to make that determination, then we need to know. And I think that's what's happening right now, is we're being told we need more information in order to get those. Land use, but aspirational as in, I for myself, if it comes to the commission, I'm gonna be pushing that whatever is allowed to be expanded on that land be documented, so that, because in our county, if it's not documented, it's
Sure.
restricted.
No, and-
So
like I said, we need to see the tags.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm just, like I said, I'm concerned just because of how people look at it that exists and their relationship to the surrounding zone, because they buy into something in an environment, and then if you change it on them, it's like, nobody likes it. I mean, we've had a rezone or something, I can't remember if it's a rezone, well, probably not a rezone, but there was some property on the north end of the Allen UGA. It was amazing how everybody thinks how it should be, just because they bought into this, not this happening, but this happening. Now, I realize everybody has their rights to do their thing with their property, but I'm just giving you an example, like in that one where there was the, split up into, 6 different parcels on the north end of the UGA. It's amazing how many different arguments we had along the way on that particular, this was 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, and then, one thing that caught me a little bit is, it's our fault, we need to task, the EDC to make sure that the two are intertwined, the comp plan and, they do a great job with it. I don't think we've ever tasked them to specifically, but that seems like a no-brainer. We can do something like that as they go through it each time. Transportation plan, we need to get that provided to you guys as soon as we can, but it may have to wait until they can get it, because everybody's working hard trying to do their stuff. But
That's fine.
we need to have that included in here somewhere. And the sewer rate and plans, we need to maybe consider looking at in some of our answers to offset it, to say that we will endeavor to have a plan within this certain amount of time that it encompasses these things. Because I can tell you right now, it can't be done today because it's not possible. But as we go through it, we use that to direct our staff to put together those plans. Always wanted to see them. You have too. You've said, our sewer plans, put them together. But it costs money, and we have to direct them to pay to do it.
No, I understand what the county in the end product has to do, but taking from a private sector side as a developer, okay?
Yeah.
I sat down with a developer with county code and looked at, okay, what do we do with a sewer and a lift station, all this thing? I'm saying, me as a private party, knowing what I knew about the county sewer system of Allen, in a day or two, we made a decision how to approach the problem. Now, it took several different turns along the way, but what I'm trying to say is, I mean, I'm not saying to do this, okay? But if Richard and I sat down, I can guarantee that he and I could, and one other member, could kick out an executive summary of what needs to be done for the Allen UGA. And it's nothing's hard, you need to sit down and immerse yourself in it and be done. Because what am I asking? I'm saying executive summary, meaning generally you gotta know pump stations, mileage, a few things like that. and life, but I'm saying, in working in another volunteer role, where I volunteer time to help with the Port Valence finances with their water system, okay? You know, they have a small water system, they only had 50-some users on it, but in 2 days, taking data from them and put it together, presented a plan and how they need to plan their rates and how to work their different things, and where their weaknesses are, where, all in 2 days. And I'm saying, yes, this county is a bigger fish, but I'm saying I was able to work with the port and create this so the board there would know, okay, why is the rates 59 and not 49? And we're able to do it. And all I'm saying is, I believe that same potential exists here at the county. I come from a training in logistics, okay? These numbers are not big in a number of moving pieces. My mind always gets a little concerned when I get above 50,000 pieces of something in different numbers, okay? That's where I get a little more antsy. But I've always told people, if I worked in the assessor's office, I could tell you in 3 years, I know something about every parcel of this county. Because that's how I was in inventory. And so what I'm saying in the summary is, we should be able to get further than just saying, hey, we'll defer, or we're going to do it here in 10 years, or 5 years, or whatever. I'm not saying that's wrong, I'm just saying that I think we can get a lot closer.
I think we can do it fast than that too, but what I'm saying is I don't wanna force the staff right now to try to pull that together in the short term while we're finishing this up.
That's fair.
That's what I'm saying, on that, we definitely.
Just have Richard and I sit down.
Yeah. Well, and he's always welcome to do that with you, for sure. I did leave out, you also would like us, when we're looking at this thing, we can make our adjustments, our recommendations, but you also want us to look at the projected allocations of housing and wildfire, along with utilities and how the utilities are working that wildfire issue. And then when it's all over with, you want to make sure that they all sync up together and can work together as an overall plan.
Right.
And wildfire.
Yep.
And I understand.
Oh, and make sure Shelton
Yeah.
plan is in this somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder because Shelton's not finished either.
I know, but I mean.
Are they?
Let's see, we can,
I'm confused on the Shelton thing, I don't understand.
I-
We don't adopt their plan.
No, we don't, but we can say that, we could have a statement in there saying that we've reviewed their plan and
we use some of their information for possible growth and stuff like that.
for their UGA.
Yeah.
Yes, and that should be simple,
Yeah.
easy language. What I'm looking for is, I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Okay, what I'm looking for is, I want what's required, and I want it so it's pliable. So if we need to change, if we need to, let's say, okay, I'm living in a dream world right now. Let's say that we receive a huge ton of economic growth. And so that gives us more ability to provide more services for our people, right? So I want something all right, I don't want the plan so rigid that we can't grow our capital facilities or
Sure.
or our sewer systems or our water system.
And we have that double-edged sword that if you look at everybody that moves here, we don't move here because of the jobs. We don't move here because.
But I want people to move here because there are jobs.
Okay, but your growth to date has not been that way.
I understand that.
So.
But
you have all this.
in my crystal ball.
No, I know, I can appreciate that, but I'm saying, you also have the existing citizens. And that's my concern there.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that, 100%.
Early on, I had a discussion with Cal. I was uncomfortable with a plan that went out 10, 20 years, and you can't change it. Well, apparently there's a process yearly. If something changed dramatically, you can go in and make changes. So that gives you another
It's not,
lot of comfort.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I'm not implying that because we're doing limited amounts of projections, let's just use crappy numbers. No, you grab the best numbers that you can get, humanly get, and there's always debate on what, quote, the best numbers are, but it's incomplete. So it's not the best number because a lot of numbers I would do in there, a lot of the granularity I would use to do a proper financial projection are not in there. And maybe they're not supposed to be in there. I kind of got pushed back early on that.
One other part, regardless of staff's determination or opinion of a value of community input of any sorts, put it all together in a file, send it all over to them. Let them deal with that. If they don't want to use it, they do want to use it, just send it all. That just seems like a low-hanging fruit one, though.
So, but you guys voted already to send it to us. So are you going to bring it back, or are you just gonna say, here you go? And not just, or are you saying, BOCC, here you go, review it and have fun?
I think they already have.
That's what I'm hearing.
But the thing is we also can look at some of this stuff and we can refer it back for discussion of some of the things. I think that's, might be a smart way to go, but you guys.
I'd like to hear the rest of the PAC's comments on what Jeff has said. I mean, how do you guys feel about it?
Or
You
maybe not what-
touched
What
it.
were you just saying?
I think I'm perfectly fine with my recommendation, my motion that I made at our meeting.
Okay.
I think that's where I'm at too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's great that we had this meeting to express your concerns and they have a little more specifics
Right.
of what it was that we were looking for.
Right. And I appreciate it. I mean, PAC numbers wise, I don't, even with the turnover, I don't remember it being always this cordial.
And to be quite honest, I made the motion because that also made me comfortable with having them review it with your
Sure.
concerns. So I mean, like,
See,
I
I've
don't
lost
think-
track of who made the motion.
Right, I don't think that I would have just said all out, just to prove it exactly the way that it is. I understood your concerns and I felt that they were valid as well, and that's why I made the motion the way that I did.
And I hope that we, as a commission, can put some of this stuff together for you. You know, looking at ourselves with some of our own, and I'd love to see your opinions on some of this stuff again.
Right, and I think it was mentioned too that you guys would send us your comments as well, your concerns, if you had any, and I look forward to those as well.
Randy, did he have anything to say about that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
They were just making sure that we were all on what your opinion was with continuing forward with our recommendation or not.
Yeah, I don't think we said anything different. My semantics might have been that accurate. Personally, yeah, going forward, let's continue working on it, have interactive discussions with the board, BOCC, that's my opinion. Are you guys have a different opinion on that?
Nope, that's what we said here.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And I think the action that I was talking about, though, that continues further than this. That action of putting everything together, just sending it all over, happens for zoning, it happens for, you know, everything else that comes before the PAC. It's just a simple thing to do. It actually can make it a little easier on them if they just blanket throw it in there, but they have to still worry that they don't create a illegal meeting and stuff. That's always gotta be there on their shoulders.
So what I hear the other members saying is they're not gonna rescind it, okay? But I also hear that the board's gonna be reviewing it, and 99% chance that you'll be coming back to us.
I'm not gonna add percentages, but.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, and then hopefully we do it sooner rather than later and just.
Right, and I think based upon how, you know, it's been communicated, at least by staff and what have you, to this point, if there's truly these issues that there isn't, the time crunch, I'm not saying back off on the pushing, but I'm saying if if there is the need to put us in this box of, quick turnarounds and, the decision with incomplete material, then, convey that to staff and, so that everybody's singing from the same hymn book. Otherwise, everybody gets a little out of disjoint.
Pat, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the PAC has decided they're gonna give it over to us to review, and, I mean, that seems like where we're at, so.
Yeah. How many pages? Before I say I look
It
forward
was
to reading
270.
it.
I think it's 280 something now.
270? Wow, sounds like an easy night read.
Well, you can go to my favorite chapters.
I'm just gonna look at. Marissa, do you have like a timeline? Because I know that the state wants it completed by December 31st. Do you have a timeline of when we will need to have a hearing and public comment also?
Well,
I think December 9th was your only,
December 9th?
yeah.
Okay.
But I wanna
We can
remind
always have a
everybody,
special meeting.
no, and I wanna remind everybody that that is not an in-stone thing that we end up losing our funding and stuff like that. That's what sometimes can be construed, but that's not what it is. That's when they would like to have it done. If it's not done by
I
then.
get that, but leaving it out there and leaving it a floating date worries me.
That's fine, I'm just telling you, if it's not fixed by that day, the sky's not gonna fall.
Well, and, if you have dates, then let us know. When you return it,
Yep. Yeah.
To me, it's a little, the only problem I'm having with the document is it's been recommended and then, we'll see how, but I guess it'll work itself out, I guess. We'll see.
Communication goes far.
And again, I heard it wasn't just recommended, it was sent to us
Yeah.
to review with,
Concerned.
yeah, but.
There's a big
the way-
asterisk.
The way I take that is there's a bunch of stuff you guys are okay with, and there's a bunch of stuff you aren't. Take a look at it, put it across the things that we're hearing and do the best we can. That's what I heard.
Okay, well, that's that portion.
Yep, I agree.
You're the one with the doctor.
Yeah. So then the next part of this meeting is to go over for members to go over the subway plan for
Okay, so are we excused?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a meat grinder thing.
And I'm still hungry.
So,
Thank you, everybody.
okay.
Appreciate all your hard work. And I wanna say I appreciate our staff. This has been hard for everybody, just to understand that. A long, long process for them. All right, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, Randy.
Need some cough drops there. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the second item that was on the agenda for the workshop was the Sudbury Plan of Allen's. So on that one, you need probably to give a
Yeah,
update.
yeah, I'm just gonna give you guys, just so the not Belfair, sorry. WGA, Allen Sudbury Plan, so this is the first time you guys seen this draft on it. So the current draft is based off the form that SCJ had, February, in the Allen community, and the survey that they followed up with after that as well. Also based off the work that's happening on the comp plan and the 2017 Allen circulation plan that was done. And of course, the previous plans from 1998 and 2006. So if you've gotten to go through the current draft in front of you, you'll notice that they've updated the vision statement, which of course that's open for revision.
Right.
It's just based off of the feedback that they got from the forum and the survey. And they noticed that the vision statement from 2006 was just kind of, it was the same from the 1998
Right.
statement that I think that the Allen Community Association drafted it. So that's for you guys to review, if you have any comments on that, and of course, you know, if the public has any additional comments on what they provided. What they provided is, like I said, based on the community feedback they got so far.
Right.
Then major focus on transportation and circulation, obviously the 2017 circulation plan, like they noted in the draft. It was also a huge concern for the citizens at that forum, as well as just the safety of people crossing the roads down there, lack of sidewalks, and parking, of course. They did new evaluations off of North Bay Road, Lakeland Drive and SR3, and Homestead Drive and SR3, so they did that in June. And there's updated traffic, they did traffic counts, so there's updated information on the LOS at those points. They talk about transit services. Those are well used in the area. There's actually a couple different parking right points in the community. Also outside of the UGA and the Lakeview area. They note in there, of course, the lack of continuous pedestrian and bicycle network, which is very important from what we heard from community feedback. There's recommendations. They provided recommendations in there. One of the first ones, and this was one that staff mentioned, actually to the consultants, was the overlay zones and how it causes some confusion
Right.
in reviewing zones, and that just our desire to get rid of them, and just if someone wants to do a certain use, it's may require special use permit, like it does in other zones. There's additional uses that require special use. So reducing the complexity and the redundancy in our Allen code by getting rid of those overlay zones. And then there's some transportation recommendations in there as well as infrastructure and utilities. We heard feedback during the meeting on that. I don't know, Loretta, if you've seen the recommendations in the Allen draft yet, but have comments from you too. Community character recommendations. So a lot of the feedback we got was, you know, they don't really see it as a big commercial center, but they do want to support the businesses that are there and the people that do want to have small businesses, but they don't see it as a really big commercial center,
Right.
which, you know, I think that's the same way staff sees it too, but, so, and then they also give implementation strategies, action plan, and timeframes. So timeframes for action items in different categories. And I guess that's also a point that we could discuss, if those timeframes sound reasonable, or if people think there should be different action items in each of those categories for transportation, you know, community character, infrastructure. So it's one of your shorter chapters. But this is this first draft. So if there's any, so in the community values, you know, those were taken directly from community input. I don't know if we have any people wanting to comment on it, but there could be additional community values that we want to fill in, and recommendations how we can address those. So I'm going to turn it over to you if you've got any comments, or think there's some other areas that we need to investigate further in the plan.
Okay, thank you. I'll first ask parties out in Zoom land, whoever they might be, is there any comments regarding, public comments regarding the Allen Suburban Plan draft that was presented for October 2025?
I'm not seeing any, you seen, okay,
One second, Genevieve, May?
pardon me? Ah,
I have already submitted comments and had neighbors submit comments after the February meeting, so I think we're covered since it's still in a draft stage.
okay, thank you. And, okay, members, have you had a chance to review?
I have, but not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't get my email. Like I said, I think it must be my email.
No, I think it happened, because I looked through all my emails, because I saw the wording that Mariah used, and it was like, oh, I missed something. Look, I couldn't find it, so you sent it to me.
Yeah.
And
I do know Thursday and Friday, the county was having issues with email,
so,
I don't know.
okay. Any comments, Randy? Have you reviewed it yet?
I just skimmed it.
Okay. Without getting too lost in the weeds, two things. One is, I was involved with the writing of this, not this one, but the documents of 98 and 2006. So
This is your ballpark.
yeah, so I kind of, like, I remember a lot of stuff that happened in that one. Okay, so that's just background. So, so it's, I was involved with them from 97 through 2009 in their, the Allen Community Association held planning meetings to deal with things in the community. Hearing that, you know, some members, one don't have it, two skimmed it. I got into detail but haven't summarized. I think it's probably best that everybody, you know, get a chance to get through it more. The only thing I'll say at a high level is it talks about a lot of things, but it does, I guess other than that one little area with scheduling, it seems like it's lacking a little bit. And let me put it this way, I saw somewhere where it said this is to inform the comprehensive plan, and there isn't a lot of meat or numbers or what have you that would inform the comprehensive plan on this. But in light of that, I never read it from that standpoint until I heard that here just recently. So I'm gonna read it again and then summarize with a list, and then I'll forward it to staff to. But you know, like I said, I have a really running head start with everybody else. You know, I remember the different meetings, I remember different things, and you know, as an example, you know, and this would affect land use, is the developer at the time back in, I want to say 06, 07, requested, which we made some adjustments, but was dealing with the, I believe it was dealing with the future area of Lakeland that was not yet built, but was zoned, and wanted to address the density. But I don't know where that is. We're talking, you know, 18 years ago. So I don't know where that is, but I know at the time he addressed concerns that it was that the amount of the number of dwellings per acre is especially up in areas where they'd like to do condos or things like that, was just too loose. And when I say loose, too not high enough number. In other words, a condo, you just instantly in an acreage, you know,
So
five or six dwellings per acre was just not going to cut it. So that was his concern, that it was limiting that approach. And I know that they've since addressed Division 15, but I do not know the particulars of it. And how they address that, I do not know. But I do remember that as a comment coming from you know, the developer, the Andersons.
And it's just working with the amount of acres that are set aside in the UGA.
Well, it was in this particular zone because basically the Anderson family only owned it.
Okay.
And it was planned to be bring in one or more divisions over time. And there was concern that we had a high density area in Lower Allen for apartments and what have you, but not the ability for them to do it because they're running into the issue that not everybody is a single family home. They have townhouses, and that started to increase the density. So, and at least everything I read or came across so far doesn't seem to address the utilities, inform the utility side of the equation like we were discussing this afternoon. So, I'll naturally, I gravitate to things that are liquid. You know, I mean, just my training and what have you, so I'll give you my 2 bits on it, and I don't expect the members to get into it like I do, but it just, because it comes to me naturally, just, you've worked it, and you just, all you have to do is put it back in your brain and away you go again.
What is your background exactly?
I was in logistics.
Okay.
Which, yeah, it's a confusing thing to some people. It's, you know, it's shipping, it's buying, it's inventory, it's bill of materials, it's all, you know.
You live in the weeds.
Huh?
You live in the weeds.
I live in the weeds. Yeah, and so, you know, it's just getting parts and pieces and marrying up sub-assemblies and tracking and, you know, in my case, all over the country, you know, sub-assemblies and what have you, so.
I think that's fine to be in the weeds. I think my thing is I need, for me, like I can hear you.
It's not always fine to be in the weeds.
Well,
So-
I can hear you all day long.
Yeah.
But like I am very much so like a 1, 2,
Yeah, sure.
3, 4, 5 kind of person, and then take one at a
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
And I kind of need things in writing.
Yeah, no,
So I
I
can
got it.
listen to you and like try to
No,
put it together.
you don't,
but I
you don't
think
have
it's,
you know, and nothing against you or anybody. You'll hear me talk, and it's like, or I'll hear you talk, and so I gotta jump into your world just like you got in mine.
Yeah.
And to a degree, we can do that. I mean, we use the same language, but like you say, you know, what's my experience versus all this?
yeah, I'd like to address your issues. I
Yeah,
think I just like if you could
No, I get that feeling. Yeah.
preface it with I don't know, blast an email or come with a document that just says like, these are my specifics.
I will summarize.
Yeah. And then I totally work like that.
And I get it, and believe me, I don't expect people to, anybody, members or otherwise, to jump in like I do. It's just not, it just happens as something I learned, and then everything else kind of gravitated that way in the rest of life, so. So what I'm thinking is, everybody, for the next meeting, get into this, and let's have our stuff, and if, in the meantime, if you can get something to staff, because again, we do not want this between members, but get it to staff, and then, so we have it, and then let's, you know, grind it out like we did the last one, and, you know.
Yeah.
My question would be, Marissa, are you planning to bring this back November, December?
Well, I mean, since we're not getting comments today, November probably, yes.
So yeah, if we picked a date that you got comments to us by, we could do a matrix, give it to you for the meeting, and you could go through it.
So you would like 2 weeks ahead, right? That would be nice.
Probably.
That'll be tomorrow.
No, I think that,
Yeah, no, it's-
you're talking about later in the month of the meeting, right?
Yeah, November.
17th.
Yeah.
November 17th is the meeting.
So like, what's 2 weeks before that?
I
The
get you
3rd.
stuff by the 10th, so we would need it probably no later than the 4th or 5th.
Okay. Is that workable? Is that workable for you, Randy?
That works, thank you.
So,
So November 4th or 5th to get comments to staff?
yes, please.
Okay.
Jeff, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
So, I'm not sure if I heard you right, but it sounds like, in your opinion, people in Allen do not want exponential growth. They kind of like the way it is. Is that a true statement?
Yes, it depends what part of Allen, but generally speaking, especially the Lakeland side of the equation, which is a major piece, that has been a comment I've gotten quite often.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't mean it has to stay that way, just, that's how people are commenting. Thank you.
Anything else that we need for the meeting?
I think at this moment I'm fine.
I'm sorry?
I think at this moment I'm fine.
Yeah, okay.
Next meeting's the 17th?
Yeah.
The next PAC meeting will be 11/17, 6 p.m. Okay?
There's also another
I didn't see
A
that.
rezone, the 17th, I have a,
Oh,
I don't have actual things for that yet, so.
yeah.
I thought
That's
it
when I was
was,
planning on bringing that, there's a rezone in Shelton UGA.
I just want you to be aware for the sake of what you have to.
yeah, yeah.
It's a small one. It should be an easy one. The rezone.
Okay.
Non-controversial.
Not possible. Okay, so are we then good on dates and times and places?
Yep.
And you're good, Randy? You're muted. You're muted. But I'm saying, son?
Got it, sorry.
Yeah, you're good?
Sorry, my brother just dropped by some groceries, so I had to leave. What's the date of the next meeting, just to make sure?
11/17 at 6 PM.
Okay.
And comments in by 11/4 to staff on the draft of the Allen Sudbury plan.
Okay. And we're still allowed to send whatever our concerns are on the general comp plan. Is that still something we can do?
I'd have to,
Send it.
technically speaking, yes.
Yeah.
Send it to staff.
Yeah, just send to staff, yes.
Okay. I had a quick question for Cal. This is not appropriate, but maybe it can't be divulged, but can you, just wonder what the status is of potential new members? Or is that something you can't talk about right now?
Oh, no, we've gotten, I did a press release last week. We've already gotten 2 applications. The board they're the ones that will set up the interviews and then appoint them. So hopefully those interviews get set up for as early as next Monday. It'll be done during a Monday briefing.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Jeff.
Okay, hearing anything else? I'll entertain a motion to
I have
adjourn.
one thing. Yeah, your draft is coming in early night.
Oh, no, Ras. That's only the front yard, the backyard's not working out well.
That looks really good.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll entertain a motion so I can get the hell out of here.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Go Blue Jays.
I'm not sure that's